Okay, here we are. It's 4 o'clock. And so I want to welcome everybody to today's special session of the Board of Supervisors. It's March 9th, and we have a lot of wind outside, a lot of energy. I love days like this when you walk up on a hill and you have that wind wanting to pick you up. It just, it's so refreshing, a lot of energy. So with that, the first order of business is I'll call to the meeting to order, and then I want to check in and see who we have amongst the supervisors. I think we have most everybody. My understanding is Supervisor Begay may not be able to attend the meeting. She is trying to, but she has other matters that she really needs to take care of, which is very important. So I'll turn to District 1. Supervisor Patrice Horstman.
Yes, hello, Chair, and good evening, members of the board and members of the county and the public. And I am here, sir.
All right, welcome. And then, oh gosh, I skipped over Vice Chair Lena Fowler. District 5. I think it's 5. Is that the number?
Hey, what are you questioning? District 5 is the best.
The best of the best.
I am here, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, welcome, Lena. And then District 2, we have Geronimo Vasquez. Geronimo?
Hello, everyone. I'm here.
All right.
Yes.
All right, well, welcome, Geronimo. All right, and I'll check just to see, do we have Supervisor Begay out there? And Eric, could you give me a heads up on that?
We do not have Supervisor Begay.
Okay, and understanding that she might not be able to make this meeting. So we'll go ahead and proceed with the meeting. The first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. So would everybody please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. And if you don't have a flag in front of you, you can see we have one on the screen, but if you don't, face to the east. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. That's always good to start with the pledge. Okay, next item of business is a call to the public. And the call to the public is a courtesy that we offer folks that attend our meeting. It's an opportunity for individuals to bring up items that are not on our agenda and items that might be of importance to note. Is there anybody out there that would like to take advantage of this? Before we do, I'll have Eric explain how you might be able to use the call to the public. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the public, if you do wish to address the board on items not on the agenda, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen on Zoom. Simply raise your hand, and when the chair calls on you, we will activate your microphone. You don't have to worry about your camera. And I'll turn, Mr. Chairman, quickly to the clerk to see if there's any emails in the board comment box as we wait for folks.
So, Lindsay, you have anything out there?
Chair Ryan, at this time, I do not. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And Eric?
Mr. Chair, we don't have any raised.
All right. So with that, after checking, I'll go ahead and close the call to the public. As we do have items, if there are people that are in the audience that wish to speak to items of the meeting or action items that we have, that opportunity will come up as they are listed in the agenda. The next item of business is actually we have a proclamation, and this proclamation is consideration and possible action to approve proclamation designating March of 2021 as Social Work Month. And Talarita Tooney actually asked us if we could provide this opportunity for a proclamation, which is a really special one for this year in particular as well. And so, Talarita, would you read this proclamation for us? And welcome.
Thank you, supervisors. I would actually like to introduce Ashley. Ashley is an
Okay.
intern with the Arizona chapter of National Associations of Social Worker. And I've asked if she would be interested in reading this. I think that as a social worker, I feel that it's important to help young and aspiring social workers about responsibilities they may have in terms of advocating for our position. And so I would like to have Ashley read the proclamation.
Oh, what a great idea, and welcome, Ashley. I look forward to this. So I will turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, and thanks, Talarita. So the Coconino County Proclamation designating March of 2021 as National Social Work Month. Whereas the social work profession has worked for generations to strengthen the well-being and meet the basic needs of all people, especially people who are vulnerable, oppressed, and living in poverty. And whereas this year's Social Work Month theme, Social Workers Are Essential, embodies the heroic contributions of the social work profession to our nation, including work social workers have done to heal our nation during these times. And whereas the social work profession is a diverse profession that allows people of various generations, ethnicities, sexual identities, and religious backgrounds to make an immediate positive impact on our nation and world. And whereas the social work profession is one of the fastest growing professions in the United States, with nearly 800,000 people expected to be employed as social workers by 2028. And whereas social workers work in all parts of our society to meet people where they are and empower them to live to their fullest potential. And whereas social workers have worked with families and schools throughout the pandemic to ensure students reach their full academic and personal potential. And whereas social workers play a crucial role in our nation's healthcare system and have played a key role in this nation's response to COVID-19 in helping individuals, families, and communities cope with the epidemic. And whereas social workers for generations have advocated for positive changes that have made our society a better place to live, including urging policymakers to adopt the minimum wage, improve workplace safety, and enact social safety net programs that help ameliorate hunger, homelessness, and poverty. And whereas social workers are one of the largest groups of mental health care providers in the United States and work daily to help people, whether in person or remotely, overcome substance abuse disorders and mental illnesses such as depression and anxiety. And whereas social workers will continue to stand ready to assist our nation in overcoming present and future challenges, including pushing for racial equity, ending gun violence, improving healthcare and mental care for all, and urging lawmakers to adopt immigration reforms. Now, therefore, in recognition of numerous contributions made by America's, Arizona's, and Coconino County social workers, we do hereby proclaim the month of March 2021 as National Social Work Month and call upon all citizens to join the National Association of Social Workers in Coconino County in celebration and support of the social work profession.
All right, let me turn to the board and see if anybody would care to make a motion in declaration of proclamation. I have Supervisor Patrice Gorstman raising her hand.
Yes,
Supervisor-
thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
she had, let's get the motion first. Did you make the motion?
I'm trying.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Actually, Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve the proclamation designating March of 2021 as Social Worker Month.
I have a motion,
I'll
now I
second
need a
that.
second. All right, and I
I'll
have
second that.
a second by Supervisor Vasquez on this. All in favor of the
And
motion?
third,
Oh, and third. A race to who bubbles up on the screen as well. A very important proclamation. So I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? None opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And Ashley, well done. This is, proclamations can be long, but the words in the proclamation are really special. Talarita, I really appreciate you asking us to move forward with this. Did either of you have any additional comments that you would like to make before I turn back to the board here? I'll put you on this.
The only comment that I have is just appreciation for the support of the social work profession on behalf of the board and, or I'm sorry, the board of supervisors and for the county. And so I really appreciate it. I think that the social work profession especially can be an unforgiving profession. And so
Yes.
that is greatly appreciated.
It certainly is. And Ashley, I'll give you an opportunity if you want to comment, being part of the association.
I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
All right. Well done. And plenty of opportunity in the future. And then Talarita, yes, especially during COVID-19, but even beyond, the health professions are so critical. And definitely a challenge for those that are in there. I'm always complimenting. I'm just so impressed. You are a big part of the backbone of our society here. Other supervisors, if you wish to comment, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, if I can, and thank you both for bringing this important proclamation to us and for giving us an opportunity to recognize the social workers. We certainly think this is an incredibly important profession, and it's especially poignant for us on the Board of Supervisors that we recognize social workers, given that we are now facing the year anniversary date of the COVID-19 restrictions. And certainly our social workers have played a crucial role in our nation healthcare and have offered the support for both addiction, depression, anxiety, family separation, isolation, you name it, we've basically faced it. And our social workers have been on the front line of providing healthcare and providing mental health care for our country and our community. So I want to thank you both for bringing this to us. And it's certainly my honor and the board's honor to be able to acknowledge you and recognize this. And Ashley, you picked the right profession.
Well said. Other supervisors? If not, I'll
say something. I just want to say thank you. Social work is very important, and at Killip, we were just getting social workers in there and watching how they supported the kids over the year was really important and really special. And I'm really pleased that we were able to support you by having this declaration. So keep up the good work, and just know that your work, sometimes it can feel kind of thankless, like people aren't appreciating it, but it's needed and it's worth it, and you are appreciated. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
And Vice Chair?
Yes, thank you so much for bringing this to the board, and we are so honored to be able to recognize you and your profession, the team that you work with. It is a profession that takes your total being, and a lot of times your own family, a lot of times the energy gets on you, and you have to really work with that and work through that process. It is total commitment to other people, and I really appreciate that for keeping families strong and binding families and the community. Just want to thank you for your work, and really want to thank all social workers. It is such an important profession in our community. Thank you so much. Just want to appreciate you.
All right. And as a son of a psychologist and brother to a psychiatrist, yes, I fully understand the importance, even more so for those that are in the trenches. So critical, but important for their own well-being as well. Very important profession. So with that, thank you very much. I'll go ahead and move on in our agenda. Next items in our agenda are the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. These are items 2 through 7, and consent agenda is often routine in nature, or we've seen the items in a work session before, and we take a single action as opposed to an action with each item. But I do pause here to see if any of the board members would like to separate any of these items. And I'm not seeing a desire to do that, so I'll consider a motion associated with the consideration of the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda from number 2 to number 7 on our consent agenda with one motion.
I have a motion for approval by Vice Chair Fowler. I need a second.
Second?
I have a second by Supervisor Horstman. Any discussion? No discussion. I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
All members voted in favor, and so approved unanimously. Next item of business we're already on to, in the virtue of doing a consent agenda in that way, is moving on to many other items. Item number 8 is a presentation and discussion, an update and possible action regarding the county response to the COVID-19 pandemic, including testing, vaccine distribution, and partnership opportunities. And so I'll turn first to our county manager, Jimmy Jean. Jimmy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. I would like to start by saying thank you to IC Musselman and the COVID pandemic response team for all of your continued efforts. Coconino County continues to lead in the public health space, and it has been a one county response. And Kim, just want to thank you in advance for your report this afternoon, and for all that you and the team are doing. Chair Ryan, in addition to several issues, but Kim will be, IC Musselman will be highlighting our numbers as you have seen previously, along with giving some updates on where we're at with vaccines, including our partnerships throughout Coconino County that have been absolutely key in the success that we have had thus far, and continue with 29% of our residents vaccinated. She's going to talk, Kim will talk about the latest CDC guidance that's come out. She also is looking for some feedback and your thoughts about the event application that had been sent to you all. She's hoping to get some clear direction from the board today as in that space. So Chair Ryan, members of the board, I would turn the time over to Incident Commander Kim Musselman. Director Musselman.
Thank you, Jimmy, and thank you for your appreciation and your introduction, and good afternoon, Chair Ryan, members of the board. As always, it's a pleasure to be presenting in front of you. I'm going to go ahead and jump right in and get started here. In the interest of time, have several things to cover with you all, but also want to allow plenty of time for any questions. So I'm going to start with just an overview where we like to start at the beginning, which is our numbers, because that's what's driving our response and how we are pivoting on a daily and weekly basis in this pandemic. So just briefly want to show you where we were as of our week ending February 27th, with our positive cases being at 222, our percent positivity at 8.8%, and then our rate per 100,000 being at 154.7 cases. What that has done is we have both of our percent positivity and COVID-like illness in the moderate category. Our cases per 100,000 are still in the substantial range. We are continuing to see cases go in the positive direction in terms of declining. That's positive because they're going down. And I will have Eric, if you want to switch to the next slide, just briefly touch on where we are looking to be ending this week that just ended on Saturday at also a continuing downward trend number of 150 cases. And what I want to just point out as I go into the rest of my presentation is we are absolutely trending in the right direction, and we want to make sure that we continue to do that. And I just will open this afternoon with a statement that we want to keep going in that direction. In order to do so, we ask for everyone's continued patience in keeping and practicing all of the mitigation measures that we have all worked so hard to adhere to implement in our various personal lives, in our workplaces, in our communities. And so with that statement, that will kind of guide some of the things that I'm going to share with you today, and just the ask of our community to continue to have a measured, to use measured caution as we look at planning for the future, that we prepare to get ready to have more interactions, to lessen mitigation measures, but that we do so responsibly and in the interest of public health. So next slide, please. So I'm going to jump into the vaccine updates and want to just point out a few things that are certainly exciting as we continue to ramp up our vaccine availability. And the pharmacy program has, the federal retail pharmacy program has delivered 5,300 doses to Coconino County pharmacies as of March 3rd, 2021. So what this means is this is in addition to the total number of vaccines that we have been allocated directly to Coconino County for us to allocate out to our partner entities. There are 6 current recipients that are of pharmacies that have been receiving vaccine allocation, 4 of them in Flagstaff and 1 in Williams and 1 in Page. Those pharmacies in Flagstaff that have received vaccine are both of the Walgreens locations on Milton and the Route 66 over here off of 4th Street, the Fry's Pharmacy, and the Safeway Cedar Pharmacy. So I just wanted to point that out. In addition, as you had all heard and I had announced last week, we received our first allocation of Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and Flagstaff Medical Center's Elk Lodge has been distributing that vaccine today and also will be doing so tomorrow at their appointments. I know Judge Slayton, I know will not mind that I bring up his name. He was very excited and had been waiting for this particular vaccine. And so when it came out and he got his appointment, I had reached out to him and asked if he would let our joint information team meet him over at the Elks Lodge and get some footage of him receiving his Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which he graciously agreed to do. So excited to see what our joint information team will do with that information. And just a huge thanks to Judge Slayton for participating in what is such an important education campaign and will continue to be as we move forward with our vaccination efforts. Also wanted to touch on the NAU pod site discussion. You are all aware that that discussion has been ongoing. We had a meeting last Wednesday that myself and Emergency Manager, Director, and Deputy Incident Commander Wes Deason attended with the Department of Emergency Management, as well as Arizona Department of Health Services, NAU, and ASU Azure were in attendance at that meeting. And what was discussed was that there certainly is an interest of having a regional pod be located at NAU location. However, asked that we specifically wait and delay that intended rollout until we have vaccine availability to accommodate it. And the group was very receptive to my concerns with respect to our current partners, as well as our Fort Tuthill location, that there is much more capacity to administer vaccine than we are even able to receive with our existing footprint, and that we ask that there not be an addition of another pod that would then ultimately still be drawing down from the same vaccine allocation. So at this point in time, that conversation will be continued for later in the month with, at this point in time, a targeted date in early April for the potential to bring the regional pod to the NAU location. We did get some information today indicating from ADHS that from CDC indicating that the Janssen vaccine, or Johnson & Johnson Janssen vaccine, we will not be receiving an allocation this week of Johnson & Johnson. And probably fairly unlikely for the following week as well, when the allocations come out at the end of the week. Just given the early rollout, we were aware that that was likely. Hopefully after that second subsequent week of probably seeing little to no allocation, that should improve substantially, and we're excited about that. They also indicated that the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine, that the CDC has indicated that the flow and the supply of both of those vaccines should become quite increased after the 1st of April. So that's very promising news, and hopeful will also kind of align with some of this discussion about a potential transition to this NAU pod site. In the meantime, all of our current existing partners, including FMC, Northern Arizona Healthcare, at the Elks Lodge location are 100% in continuing to distribute vaccine. We've had our partners in Page reach out to us, indicating that they will absolutely take more vaccine, plan weekend, other types of events as soon as we can get our hands on more vaccines. So we have great partners who continue to help us in this amazing effort to get everyone in our county vaccinated. Next slide, please. I wanted to just take a few minutes for the sake of the board and certainly for the sake of our public, and just be very clear in what is not always a super clear picture, because it changes all the time with respect to vaccine prioritization, and just explain where we are as a county and how that also in this hybrid model, new hybrid model released by the state last week, how we are in alignment with it in many respects, and have also utilized a broader definition with respect to the essential workers. And so on your screen there, you'll see the Arizona on the left, the Arizona COVID-19 vaccine prioritization that the state put out that has that age-based criteria. As you're all aware, we included age 55 and older about 2 weeks ago in our prioritization. And as you see on that state chart, they kind of have some timeframes for when they anticipate being able to have enough vaccine that we might broaden to other age groups. I just want to point out that as a county, we are able to move through those as we deem appropriate with respect to vaccine allocation, and then of course response and working through our populations here in Coconino County. So it is very likely that if we can continue to get sufficient vaccine and increases in vaccine allocation, that we may be able to move through those age groups even quicker than are outlined at the state prioritization graphic there. Also want to just point out here, looking at the chart on the right, which we are currently using, the 1B, that we have included all of 1B and all of those essential workers that are not just the specific ones that are shown in the graphic from the state. And we're including all other essential workers in our definition that are eligible for vaccine at this time. And I know I've been getting a lot of questions, and I think many of you have as well. And we're working with the Joint Information Center to put out some clarifying information. Folks have inquired about when will we be moving to 1C? And what I want to point out with these two charts on the screen is that with this change in this hybrid model, in essence, the 1C category and is being eliminated with respect to not eliminating that those folks aren't eligible, but then encompassing other adults of other age, of any age with high risk medical conditions, as we continue to move through these age groups, as well as our broad essential worker categories and the other categories where we are have people that are eligible to be vaccinated. So hopefully that helps clear some of that. We're going to be working on some messaging as well to help explain that. Certainly, I hope, as you all know, adults living in congregate settings, we had already included in our adults with high risk conditions based off of those, that the very fact that living in those congregate conditions lend itself to being high risk, medical high risk in general. So I see the chair pop on, so I will pause.
if you could, and I like how it's going as you move through it, but I think you probably want to clarify that again, just, just a little clearer if you could, Kim.
You bet. So with respect to the 1C, and so what I'm trying to articulate and not doing necessarily the greatest job of, and I apologize, the state, when they changed to this hybrid model and using these age groups as the way in which we are moving through the criteria, what was designed was this was to allow a couple of things. One, it allows everyone in the state to know approximately when they are going to be eligible to receive vaccine, and those with chronic conditions can be included in their respective age categories. So what that means is we're not going to be asking anyone to give proof that they have a high-risk medical condition. That entails a lot of unnecessary doctor visits, notes, things that are not realistic. And so the intent was to, as we continue to lower the age criteria, that we capture more and more of our population who may have high-risk medical conditions. Did that help clear it up any, Chair Ryan?
Yeah, I believe so.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. Just a couple of other things on the vaccine update front. So one of the things we've been working on at our Fort Tuthill site is getting some consistency with respect, hopefully some consistency with respect to hours of operation, also providing for some evening hours for those who may not be able to come get vaccinated during typical Monday through Friday business hours, and then also the Saturday hours, which we've definitely had some of those previously, as you're aware. Certainly our challenge continues to be the vaccine allocation that we received. We were able to open up, several thousand appointments for this current week between our location, our smaller partner locations, and then of course the Elks Lodge. We'll see what our vaccine allocation is this week. We already know we're not getting Janssen & Janssen bump, which added an extra 1,100 this current week. So we're hopeful that as we go into next week, that our vaccine allocation will also increase enough that we can keep adding these new appointments. And with that, our hours are going to be hopefully holding consistent at Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, providing vaccine from starting at the 8 a.m. hour, going through the 4 p.m. hour. On Wednesdays, being a 10 a.m. start appointment time, going through the 7 p.m. hour. So appointments on the hour, every hour from 10 a.m. through 7 p.m., concluding at 8 p.m. by the time folks get through the vaccination process. And then on Saturdays from 10 to 2. So we're looking forward to getting that, also helping stabilize some of the hours and consistency in which our own HHS and other county staff are working. And then of course, continue to rely upon our FEMA staff and National Guard staff to support us in this effort so that we can have this large site operation. And, I would be remiss if I don't make my standard statement, which is all of our operations continue to be dependent on the frequency, consistency, and predictability of our vaccine allocation. And that in order to keep those hours and keep the operations going as they are, both at our location and our partners, it requires a consistent increase in that vaccine availability as we go week to week.
Kim, if I may, just clarification, that is also the Elks Club hours as well. Is that correct?
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Actually, no, the Elks Club's hours are usually Tuesday through Friday. Some weeks they have vaccine to do a Monday through Friday appointment schedule, and they do the standard 8 to 4 hours each day of the week. Thank you for that clarification. And then many of our other partners, of course, have hours that vary just based off of appointments. And at our website, you can find the links to all of our other partner locations to contact them for specific hours, because it would take far too long for me to give you all of those in the presentation today. This slide I just wanted to pull up. I know you all as the supervisors received the situation report that I sent out last night. These charts are included on that situation report, but I just wanted to bring this up on the slide, just representative of all of the vaccine. Certainly, we started back in January, so we're just kind of showing basically the last 4 weeks. You can still see our partner capacity that was initially identified based off of allocations for the week. And as you saw for this current week, we're getting a little closer, but we're still have capacity out there, certainly capacity that we could increase at our site if we had the vaccine availability. But this gives a good representation of the allocation we are doing from the county. What this doesn't include, and as of next week, I'll have this reflected for you all since we just started getting actual reports, is the federal pharmacy allocation amounts that are going to each of those 6 pharmacies that I had mentioned to you a couple slides ago. We will include those numbers in a total vaccine allocation to Coconino County so that you will have that bigger picture of not only vaccine coming to the county to allocate, but that's coming from the federal program and how that is being dispersed throughout right now, those 6 pharmacies. You'll see on this chart that there is Safeway Pharmacy in Williams. They did make a request of us back a few different times. They've made requests of us for vaccine allocation, which we've been able to fill both the couple times that they have asked for that vaccine. And so that is coming from our allocation that we provided to them in addition to the vaccine allocation that they're getting directly. So I wanted to take a couple minutes, and a lot has changed over the last week. We had 2 executive orders issued from the governor's office. I wanted to take a couple minutes to highlight them. And I want to start first with Executive Order 2021-5, the next phase of COVID-19 mitigation. This executive order lifts the occupancy limitations for certain businesses. And these were the businesses that were originally identified as having to make serious modifications with respect to even being open. And when they did get to reopen, mitigation measures about numbers of people, as well as how they have to have food if they were a bar, many of the other things, of course, the pools and the gyms. So this executive order lifted those occupancy limitations for restaurants, bars providing dine-in services, theaters, gyms, bowling alleys, and water parks. All other mitigation requirements that are found in the ADHS COVID-19 guidance for business and related documents are still in effect, including the mask wearing, the physical distancing requirements, et cetera. So as those businesses have those occupancy limitations lifted, they still have to maintain the mask wearing and the physical distancing requirements within those establishments. The other specific thing that it did not change, and this is where I would look to the board and Chair, I'll defer to you in terms of how you want to address this, if you wanted to wait at the end or have a conversation about it now. I sent each of you, as I indicated last week and in previous conversations, individual conversations with you all as well. HHS had been working with Attorney Rose Winkler to finalize an event application for those events that are still falling under an existing executive order that indicates no more than 50 occupants for a special event unless the individual jurisdiction, whether that's the county for our unincorporated areas, and of course our county facilities, or cities, respective cities and towns, to be able to authorize events out larger than 50. And then there's requirements for how we go about doing so. So I sent you this application that we have we borrowed many things from Pima County. This is a type of application that they've had in effect for quite some time in Tucson, and sent that to you all. Erica's going to bring it up on the screen just if there were any questions. I hope each of you had an opportunity to review it. We are excited about this application. Our intent is to put it into, if there's no additional changes, put it into a fillable PDF form that will be on our website. We actually met this morning. I met with Parks and Rec staff and had shared this with them. They are very excited about utilizing and incorporating this in to their events as their vendors are reaching out to them. And what we like about this is specifically, it puts the onerous on the vendors and the event sponsors to clearly articulate how they are going to comply with the mitigation measures that are needed, as well as enforce them. And we think that this is really important. We think that a lot of our vendors and event planners are going to absolutely step up to the task in terms of doing this, and it helps really guide them through it. There's a lot of great links directly to what those requirements are, and it has some very specific things down here. And as Erica's scrolling, the capacity calculator, which is all about making sure that there is appropriate space and distance based upon the number of attendees. And then further goes on to have a checklist. And if you just want to scroll to that, they're going to outline all of how they're going to mitigate, enforce those distancing measures, the mask wearing, et cetera. And then they have this checklist of how they're going to post their information and signage, how they're going to conduct health screenings for staff and volunteers, and all of the components that are absolutely imperative to continuing to keep our numbers going in the right direction, but also have a measured look at, are there events, depending on where they're going to be held, depending on how the vendors and event producers decide to outline them, is this something that from a public health perspective that we are confident in giving our approval, our stamp of approval on. So this is the application. And with that, I would pause and ask Chair Ryan, I certainly am looking for feedback from the board if we are good to move ahead. Our intent is, again, we only can utilize this for any events that would be in unincorporated areas. And then of course, at our Parks and Rec type of facilities, other county owned properties. But then this could also be a model. We're getting lots of questions from our other cities and towns, as well as our university and others asking for help's guidance in how they go about looking at events over 50, in particular, as this executive order remains in effect. And we would like this to be something that we can share with them. Certainly, we will not be responsible for approving or not approving their events, but this could be a guide that they could take and adopt and put into use on an individual city and town basis as well.
All right, you ready for us, Kim?
I am.
All right, fantastic. So I'll turn to the board in just a second. But as outlined by Kim, and I believe, Kim, you also went around and had an opportunity to provide additional background to the supervisors, where you're looking at it from a health perspective. It makes sense that as we begin to reopen our communities and or efforts, that you have an organized approach and a method of working toward providing a structured environment to help protect people should permits be issued associated with that. And that's my understanding of the intent of this application. And then I'll follow up with you in just a second on that. And that you, this is one that Pima County did, but you actually took theirs, which had a lot of great detail, look at best practices, but refine it and make it fit our own community much more so. And so I'll just pause because these are my questions. If you could just answer those three. You went around and talked to the supervisor to provide a background. This is your desired intent and recommendation related to how to approach creating permits for an organized way of doing this.
Yes,
Okay. And then the
Absolutely.
format itself was, it definitely would be intent to fit our community.
absolutely. And again, had our team here at HHS knowing the types of events that we typically get asked to, even just in general with respect to environmental health, those that have food, this goes beyond that. Certainly if they need other special event permitting for other county requirements, that's also a component of this, but then the added piece about the mitigation, specific COVID mitigation measures.
All right. And as we see the governor opening up the state, this is another piece related to that, but an organized way of doing that. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I'll turn to the supervisors. You had this sent to you, and Kim's had an opportunity to advise you some on this, but this is a chance for you to take a look at it and give your input. I saw Supervisor Horstman come up, and then I'll go to Supervisor Vasquez after that. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, thanks, Kim. This looks really good. And I think it's so important that we have a uniform application process that's well communicated out there to folks who might be interested in an event. And I like the specificity of it. And I like that it incorporates in there the need to maintain the CDC guidelines and the mitigation efforts. I think that's exceedingly important. We've tried so hard here in Coconino County for testing, for vaccines, for information, for mask wearing, for physical distancing. We want to make sure that we are giving that same message to our residents and to anybody else who might want to come to our community to hold an event. So thank you. I think you've done a good job of that, and I really appreciate it. I would ask, have you discussed, because as we know, some of our incorporated areas are literally right across the street from our unincorporated areas. And has there been discussion with our other municipal partners on what their application process looks like or what their requirements are?
Thank you, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Horstman. My response to that at this point in time is we actually, I had mentioned this on our cities and towns call briefly yesterday, but we have certainly had inquiries, most definitely from the city of Flagstaff with respect to asking us. I know that I believe both DCM Keene and Andriani had a conversation, I believe this morning even, with the city manager's office at Flagstaff, and they're asking for our guidance and how we're doing things. And so this will give us a very clear way to put that out there. I know on the call yesterday, the city of Sedona, the mayor of Sedona was, and the city manager of Sedona said, we're still holding our course with the things that we're doing. We're looking to our local health authorities to give us, the parameters of those things. We will share this out widely in terms of with all of our partner cities and towns and encourage them to adopt something similar as they're considering things, but of course also understanding where our authority lies and does not lie with respect to those incorporated cities and towns.
Good. I think that partnership and that leadership from the county is really important for these incorporated cities that are part of our community. I have another question, and this may be a lot harder to answer.
Before you go on, Patrice, so Kim's asking if she can share this also. That was part of her question for us. And you're okay with that?
I am. I think it's excellent. So
then I'll go through the other board members after you're done. But yeah, go ahead.
And then just one more question, and then I'll be quiet here. So, and this is going to be a harder one, and that is, and you and I have had this similar situation with certain events, ongoing, ongoing businesses. What happens? Is there what kind of enforcement do we have? Is this a good faith attempt to get them to comply? What does that look like?
So actually, Erica, if you wouldn't mind scrolling back down to that checklist or back up, whichever direction it needs to be on the application. At the very, let's see if I can get, So ultimately, there's a couple of different places in here that says that the event producers agree to ensure approved mitigation measures are followed at their event, and will ask anyone not complying with the approved mitigation measures to leave the event. There's several other things that kind of go in line with that. And then lastly, it says, if my event is approved, I understand that in accordance with the Arizona Executive Order 2020-59, a Coconino County government staff member must be allowed access to conduct visits to ensure compliance of approved mitigation measures. And at the very bottom where they're signing, it does indicate that, if this is approved, then the expectation is that they are, their approval is based off of the content they put in there, their agreement to doing those things. And then certainly, and this needs to absolutely be stated, that we certainly still reserve the right to rescind any approval based on a current public health concern or metrics prior to and at the time of the event. And so we would go in, we are limited by staff. That is the reality, but that we will make every effort to make sure that folks are complying. We will ask, again, I go at this from the concept of we're looking for willful compliance in doing the right things for our communities and keeping our communities safe. We've done a lot of work to come in the right direction from the pandemic, and we want to stay there. And so we're asking everyone who wants to sponsor events in our communities to be good stewards of these mitigation measures, and that the expectation is that they will do that. We certainly could come in and say, if there's an event and we were getting complaints or whatever, we could come in and say, this event is being revoked because you have not held up your end of the deal. But I'm hopeful that we don't run into that in Coconino County. We have a lot of folks that know how to do the right thing here, and it's really great.
Thank you, Kim.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I just want to, first of all, commend the whole public health department and the work you're doing and the preparation that went into setting this up, because I know that now that things are starting to loosen up a bit, the demand for these kind of events will increase, and I'm really pleased at the level of detail that has gone into this, and to provide mitigation for the actual opening up of the county for events like that. The one thing that I would say is just, we need to be cautious. You worked so hard to get these numbers down. We've worked so hard to get these numbers down, and I would hate to see for things to open up too soon or too fast, or too many events where we regress rather than continue that downward trend. So again, good job, and I look forward to being able to attend one of these events sometime in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kim and your team. What a great, I really think that this is, and it's better to be prepared. And I like the fact that we're not reinventing the wheel, working with partnership with other counties. And that's just the way, it's the best way to work, to make sure that we are working with others and making sure that we kind of have a common plan. So I think this is really good. I'm glad that it was already presented to the cities and towns. And once we get it out, I think that would be very good. It's a good guide. Thank you.
So let me follow up with you, Vice Chair. So two questions Kim's asking. One that Supervisor Horstman answered, but I'll go back to Supervisor Horstman in a minute. But A is that we share this. That was one question. But the second one is to grant the opportunity for Kim to begin to provide the implementation of this within the county. Correct, Kim? There are the two answers that you're seeking. Yes.
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Yes, and I thought I had agreed. I agree with
Okay.
the process. I agree with using it, and I did review it. And then Kim, I'm really happy that you were able to also meet with us ahead of time. I know we had a discussion about this. You wanted to have input, so bringing it to the board, a supervisor at a board meeting is really great. But prior to this, we also had a discussion. So yes, I am very supportive. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll turn to Supervisor Horstman on that second question. Okay, are you okay with Kim proceeding?
Absolutely. And I was going to ask Kim and also Chair Ryan, is this going to make it better and more enforceable if this is done through a motion from the board to accept the application process? And I'm asking you whether you want that or whether you just need to handle this through HHS.
So right now, I'll answer a piece of that, and Kim, you can fill in, and we can always turn to Rose. But we're already under the declaration of emergency. Kim, through Jimmy, and/or through the chair, we could already give them direction to proceed. But we thought it was very important that we bring it back to the board with you just acknowledging it. Jimmy will wave his hand. I can wave my hand. Yes, please proceed on it. But we want to make sure that the board is comfortable with what's happening. So not necessary for a motion, but your direction helps reinforce the intent of what they would like to do under the emergency.
Very good. If we've already given that direction, that authority, I'm all for you using this application, sharing the application, and following through with, hopefully as we open up our county in a safe manner that takes into consideration the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. So thanks, Kim, so much. And thank you for you and your team for everything you've done.
Thank you.
And then Supervisor Vasquez.
I already spoke. I'm sorry. Was it?
So the questions are just for Kim's sake, go ahead and share the form, but also saying yes to the idea of that Kim can start to implement through the county using this permit.
Oh, I
process.
apologize. I missed that. Yes, I'm totally fine with it. I definitely would like to see the rollout, and I think it's time to start rolling it out so that other communities can have a model and template to work with. Thank you.
All right. And then for Kim, if you and Jimmy could just reach out to Supervisor Begay to let him know where we're proceeding with this. All right.
Chairman,
next, Kim.
Supervisor Begay has joined us.
Oh,
great.
There we go. Okay, and I'm not Supervisor Begay. Are you out there? All right. Well, actually, what I'll do, and I want to keep us on time, but I think we've got enough on direction. But if you could reach out to Supervisor Begay, if I'm not sure when she came in during this discussion. Kim, you had more with the presentation.
Yeah, I have a few more slides, not much. I think I should be able to keep us on time, at least from my part here. So the other thank you, first of all, Chair Ryan, supervisors, appreciate all of the feedback and guidance. That's very helpful, and we will get the information out and get things implemented as soon as possible. I did want to touch on the other executive order that.
Hang on a second, Kim. Supervisor Begay, I think we're not able to hear you, probably because of your bandwidth. You have the ability to listen to the meeting, and then if you could text or email either Eric or Lindsay on your comments or questions, that would help out. We cannot understand you with your bandwidth right now. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Kim.
Okay, thank you. So the other executive order that made its debut last week was the Executive Order 2021-04, open for in-person learning specific to our schools. And this executive order requires all districts and charter schools to return to in-person learning no later than Monday following a scheduled spring break, or March 15th if they do not have a spring break. What I just wanted to share briefly and make sure that the board, as well as our community, is aware, these updated operation requirements in alignment with CDC guidance and benchmarks. And I'm going to have Erica just briefly pull up on the ADHS schools webpage so that you can all see where these specific schools benchmarks are located. And if you can scroll up just a little bit more, Erica. nope, I'm sorry, the other down, I guess, up, down to the charts. These are the new school benchmark graphics. As you are all aware, we have been providing through our epidemiology team a weekly report of schools. We've been one of the few counties who've been breaking it by zip code for our school districts, and we are going to continue to do that. The team has been working this week and will continue through this week to figure out how to take what was our existing methodology and converting it to what is now the school benchmarks. The specific things that changed here are over on this right-handed chart, indicators and learning delivery recommendations. You will see that now there's 4 categories, which is a high transmission, which is now red, a substantial transmission, which is orange, a moderate, which is indicated by yellow, and then low transmission of green. And you'll see the associated numbers. They have eliminated the CLI, which was the COVID-like illness hospital indicator numbers with respect to schools. And so it's only based off of 2 benchmarks, which are the percent positivity and the new cases per 100,000 persons in the last 7 days. So our team has been getting a lot of clarification so that they can fully understand and be clear and make sure that things are not any more confusing than they already are when we look at things from the state website to the information that we're communicating with our schools. But as you'll see on here, this was today's information, and on the Coconino, our case rate still remains high, which is based off of those schools, and it's using the entire county numbers. And then of course, keeping in mind that there's a data lag, we report, we scrub our data a little bit more currently than the state is when we do our weekly report. And of course, our percent positivity showing in low, which is less than 10%. And then the transmission level, which is showing in high as well. Or overall, the transmission level. So it's using that case rate and the percent positivity. And then if you have a high indicator in one, they stay in that until you fall to a subsequent lower level to indicate the transmission level. So I just wanted to take a couple minutes, just make sure that you were informed about this, and our communities, obviously the school districts have been doing a phenomenal job, and I have to give an incredible shout out to our county school superintendent, Cheryl Mango-Pageant. She is doing just an amazing job with these school superintendent meetings that we're holding bi-weekly, getting answers to their questions, and getting that information from the Arizona Department of Education to share with the schools. And it is just really appreciated. And on behalf of HHS, I just wanted to thank her for the work that she's doing and the support of HHS and our messages with our schools. The last piece I just wanted to touch on here is that of course also, and Cheryl, Superintendent Mango-Pageant has done a great job in this, as well as making sure that the information specific to those tribal nation stay-at-home orders are being communicated to all of the schools, because those still absolutely take precedent over what is required within the state executive order. So with that, I will move on to, wanted to just touch on, I know this has been all over the media. Many of you have mentioned it in your own social media and other places. The newly released yesterday CDC guidance regarding fully vaccinated people. And what is considered to be fully vaccinated is 2 weeks after your required second dose, if you are receiving a vaccine that has 2-dose requirement, or 2 weeks after a single dose vaccine that is received. And I just wanted to point out a couple things why this is incredibly exciting. This is truly starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and that this is, this now clarifies how you can safely visit with vaccinated and unvaccinated family via small 2 household gatherings. The indication that you can associate without mask wearing and without distancing when you are with others who have been fully vaccinated. and your families and friends and close acquaintances. And that also even the ability to visit with other unvaccinated family. And the example that was given is, a fully vaccinated grandparent can visit indoors with their unvaccinated healthy daughter and her healthy children without wearing masks or physical distancing, provided none of the unvaccinated family members are at risk of severe COVID-19. And I know there's just the little quote here specifically from Dr. Kara Christ from ADHS, which is, the guidance for fully vaccinated individuals is encouraging and another step toward resuming normal life, but it isn't a free pass. And I just want to point out with respect to that, some of the specific other guidance, which is specifically that it does not change mitigation requirements for employment settings. Again, that is included in the idea that employment settings or other settings of even folks with fully vaccinated include still not getting into mid to large size groups when you do not know who is vaccinated, who may be vaccinated, or more importantly, who may be at high risk of severe COVID-19. That really this focus is on individuals, households, your close acquaintances and friends, and not employers, that as we go forth with the county and county reentry, and certainly from the guidance from Coconino County HHS, we're going to stay the course with our reentry, with our mask wearing when you are out in common areas, leave your office, in the break rooms, entering buildings, all of those pieces. We do not intend to make a change to that. We are not in a position at this point in time where we are mandating vaccines, and therefore we do not know who has been vaccinated or not vaccinated, and want to be consistent in how we are protecting one another until such time as we get further on into the coming months with respect to that herd immunity being achieved, as well as continuing to address vaccine hesitancy among not only our county staff, but also our entire community. So with that, I wanted to share with you on the next slide, the reentry committee is meeting, council is meeting tomorrow. I know I'd mentioned that to you all last week, and just wanted to briefly share with you what the agenda is and the discussion that will be taking place with that group tomorrow. Specifically, we always start off with a data review, and similar to what I'm doing with you all, as well as bringing the most recent information about executive order overview and the event recommendations, which has personal impact upon the county, but also as employees of the county, and many of our departments having a piece in that is very applicable. And then a discussion about the impacts of vaccines on reentry, and really hoping to gather some information from the team about what they're hearing regarding potential vaccine hesitancy among their peers, certainly from the county perspective. Also discussing the possibility of whether we want to utilize a type of anonymous survey to kind of get people's perceptions and where they are at with respect to vaccines. Again, this is not intended to be a way to single out people who are or are not vaccinated, but to get an understanding about what some of those barriers may be or hesitancies that exist not only in our own organization, but that we know are also being replicated out in our community, and how, as from a health standpoint, we can address those, and working with our Joint Information Center to appropriately educate and message and dispel some of those concerns around vaccine hesitancy. We'll be talking some specifics about the phase 2 logistics and operations for each of the departments and overall reentry of Coconino County. But as I said last week, and I think we've all been saying for quite some time, also keeping in mind and discussing how we continue to enhance and maintain the service delivery innovation that we've already achieved here in Coconino County, as we've been closed down or modified virtual type of operations. What are those innovations and service delivery that can continue to be maintained, being done differently? even as we re-enter, and those lesson learned. And then, of course, the opportunity to hear from the employees and the department's representatives about concerns and questions. So that will be taking place tomorrow. We'll be coming back and sharing with the board the outcome of that conversation and how it's guiding us in terms of our next steps. For moving into phase 2, we'll also be proposing some potential timelines for what that may look like. Of course, assuming that we are going to continue to have the downward trend and move into moderate here, hopefully in the next coming weeks. So the last little piece that I just want to kind of end on is just those key takeaways from today and just kind of this past week. Again, our highest priority continues to be spreading awareness around the safety and efficacy of vaccinations. A huge shout out to our Joint Information team. They've been phenomenal. I hope you've all had an opportunity to see many of the different social media pieces that they've been putting out throughout the week. I just think they're phenomenal and really trying to touch on all of the different areas that we're hearing, that we're learning about from across the state and the country, how we can best address sharing that information and really addressing that vaccine hesitancy so that we can get all consenting eligible individuals to take part in being vaccinated. Of course, want to make sure that continue to spread the message about HHS working in the COVID response to vaccinate all essential workers in order to support this goal of getting those vaccinated as quickly as possible, and that we continue to utilize the broad definition of essential workers so that we are ensuring distribution of vaccine throughout our community. Coconino County is unique in respect to the types of work that our community and across the county that folks are performing, and that the necessity of all of the different types of essential work that is happening that keeps our economy functioning along the way. And the last slide, key takeaways include, again, just that reminder of those eligible populations that I covered with the hybrid vaccination prioritization model versus our county eligibility, utilizing that broad definition, as I indicated, of essential workers. And then, of course, the ADHS hybrid age model for prioritization, expanding the eligibility that we did when we first went into full 1B, and the discussion that I had earlier regarding, really the phase 1C folks who are the others who have high risk medical conditions that are now going to be captured through the use of the age group prioritization along with our current expanded essential workers definition. And lastly, I would just close before asking for any other questions, just that constant, the changing guidance, we continue to pivot, bring forward and react to the state and federal guidance as it drives us and how we inform our response efforts, certainly our reentry planning, our public health and safety recommendations around events, and all of the continued efforts to find our way out of this pandemic. So with that, Chair Ryan, that is all that I have from a presentation standpoint, and would ask if there's any other questions.
All right, thank you, Kim. Kim, I'm going to ask you 2 questions real quick, and I'll turn to the board. One question, during the presentation, you said April 1st, you're anticipating Pfizer and Moderna to really get a strong supply coming into the state. I would assume, but maybe I'm wrong, the distribution will still be Pfizer focused down in Phoenix and Moderna up here. Is that correct?
Thank you for that question, Chair Ryan. I'm going to make that assumption right now. I mean, certainly that could change depending on the volume that comes in. We have not heard any indication that it will change in terms of with respect to what the counties are getting. We will likely continue to see Moderna, and then as in the next couple of weeks, hopefully after the next couple of weeks, see more Johnson and Johnson vaccine coming in. And I would just clarify that the message today was that the vaccine is the allocations after the 1st of April, in early April, they anticipate them growing significantly. So however you want to determine what growing significantly means, I just know I get excited about that because it's better than where we currently sit. So that's good news. And the exact timing of that, not sure, but they did indicate April. So we remain hopeful that that will be very, very early April.
Well, the supply chains are starting to come through, and I guess the strongest message is, getting people to get their vaccines so we can get communities open here. Just a note, I would hope that, and I anticipate you are, but noting that the 1C group is being blended into the other groups at this point is the key messaging, just to help them understand, so they're not holding out. Those that can, and there's another distribution for part of that group. With that, though, I'm going to turn to the board members, see if we have questions or comments with board members.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Fowler, Lena.
Thank you. Thank you so much for Kim. I want to thank you for always being there to answer our questions when they come in. Really appreciate that. And there's positive news all around. We can actually be with our families, and if we're all vaccinated, and then people of low risk, however, keeping our mask out and on in the public. That is such great news. We really need positive news and in our communities. And then vaccine, April is coming. There may be more vaccines, so we're very excited about that. Discussions about schools reopening and schools trying to see what to do and how to do that. I think there's so much positivity that's there. And then we have our plan for events that may be, getting ready for these events to come through. So there is positivity and positive energy and discussion going on. And thank you so much for always investigating, researching, and trying to answer every question, and from our communities, from our parents, from our community leaders, just and being there for that. So thank you so much. I really appreciate the information, and we're at the optimistic point. So it's really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Appreciate it.
Other board members.
Sure, I'll go. Hello, I had a question, and just because I work with kids and I have young people in my life, what is the youngest age for vaccination, and what's the plan to get a rollout into the younger populations? I know previously we've had conversations and talking about like athletes and how they're kind of in high risk areas or whatnot. What's the plan for that? Thank you.
So thank you, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Vasquez. So right now, the only vaccine that is approved for anyone under 18 years of age is the Pfizer vaccine, and it is only approved for those 16 and older. And as Chair Ryan was just asking me, we currently are not receiving Pfizer. We received one tray of Pfizer very, very early on when we started getting allocation, and we have not received any additional Pfizer vaccine. Both Johnson & Johnson and Moderna are only approved for 18 and older. Right now, what I will say is there are several other studies going on with respect to vaccines, including Johnson & Johnson and some others that have yet to receive emergency use authorization, as well as Moderna, they are doing other clinical trials at various age groups. So we continue to wait for that information to come in. I think that, certainly that is what many of us hope to see in the future, is that those vaccines will be determined through clinical trials to be safe for younger people, and that then we will have a different rollout, if you will, of vaccinations as we move through getting our communities vaccinated. So we'll continue to bring that information as it comes out. We continue to share that as live and breaking as we get it. But right now, again, the only one that's authorized for 16 and older is Pfizer. And, hopefully as we get into April and that both Pfizer and Moderna become more readily available, we will be able to advocate to get more Pfizer up in our area so that we can at least start vaccinating that 16 to 18-year-old minor population. That would certainly be our hope. And hopefully even by then, some of these other vaccinations will be deemed safe for those younger populations as well.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Great job, all your hard
Thank
work.
you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and I'll just thank you again, Kim, and your team for all the hard work. And I'm cautiously optimistic as well. But it's time that we continue to stay the course, mask up, physically distance, get vaccinated when you can get vaccinated. And together we're getting through this. And thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, well said on that. And then Supervisor Begay, if you do have comments or questions, if you text them to Eric or Lindsay and or use email, we can use that as a mechanism of including your comments. But you might want to, we're going to try and get you to do that a little ahead of time if you're thinking of that. Understanding we have wind out there, and once we get a windy day, it reduces bandwidth, so it makes it difficult for you at that. So lastly, what I'll go ahead and do is, Kim, along with the others, just compliment you and staff for all the hard work that you're doing. You have direction on what to do with the permit. Really appreciate, again, you all working together, being on the forefront, making health recommendations that we can respond to, and do this in a very conscientious but well-defined approach. Our proactivity has served us well. Let's continue as a community, as noted by Supervisor Horstman and Fowler, all the supervisors actually, is yes, preventative still. Let's wear those masks. Let's take care of those around us, the vulnerable. That's why we're doing this. And if you get vaccinated, it could bring us back as a community, help our businesses and our community function well. It looks like Supervisor Begay is going to try and speak. We'll see if we can understand. Go ahead, Supervisor Begay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just listening. It's really blowing out here, and I just want to thank the staff for the job that they're doing out there and keeping us updated and giving us answers to questions that we may have. And I really appreciate all your work that you put into that. And I hope that sooner or later we would be able to address the kids younger than 16 years of age. I think we also need to protect them in some way, and I hope that comes soon. But I just want to say thank you to Chair Ryan, Vice Chair Fowler, Supervisor Horstman, and Supervisor Geronimo for also taking the lead and in this whole endeavor. And I think we're up to date on a lot of information, which is really good, and people do ask, and we are informing them. So I just want to say thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay.
All right, I'll turn to Jimmy just for any last comments, Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. I would just echo the comments. Thank you, Kim. It's really a pleasure to work with you and your team. Continue to do that as you all are. You've done a great job responding to this, but also looking at helping to paint the picture of the path forward. And that I think one of the things I'd like to, Chair Ryan, stress is something that I.C. Musselman did say earlier, that the county has done an amazing job in creating the capacity that as vaccine becomes available, it is being administered. And that commitment is moving forth as well, including potential of a state pod come along at the right time when a vaccine is available. Kim, you have put your shoulder into that. And I just want to say thank you for your focused effort in working with our partners in that space. So thank you so much. You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
All right. All right, good job. Keep up the good work. Now, next up, we're going to move on. And I'm going to try and manage the clock a little bit here, but we're doing really well. Next piece is item number 9. It's a discussion, possible direction to staff, and possible action of the supervisors to appoint to local, regional, and state boards and commissions. And so with the, Eric has the list, and I'm going to take the lead on the conversation on this, and we'll try and shape it up and see where we are. With Supervisor Archuleta leaving us, I hear Liz is just really enjoying her job, but it created vacancies, and we had already distributed some of, all of our commissions and committees. Now we need to do a revisit. And a piece of the question is, would Supervisor Vasquez come in and step in where Supervisor Archuleta had been serving? And I've gotten feedback from supervisors associated with interest. And so I'm going to try and bring this together and see if we're okay with where we are. So I'm going to hop over a committee or two, but I'll hone in on them where I see discussion happening. So the first one would be that I'll reach out to, and I'll mention a few committees that Liz served on. I think there is an interest of Supervisor Vasquez on these committees. I haven't heard from others beyond if they have an interest, but let's try this out first. So Metro Plan, Northern Arizona Council of Governments, Regional Council, where we have 2 seats. So Liz held one, but Supervisor Vasquez has an interest of filling that. Supervisor Fowler has the other seats associated with NACOG. And the NAPTA, which is also known as Mountain Line, those are committees that Supervisor Archuleta had been on. Supervisor Vasquez has a desire to be on those 3 committees. I'll talk about a couple other ones in just a minute, but let's cover those. Supervisor Vasquez, I'll just turn to you, and you've expressed an interest of filling those seats. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct. I don't want to have the board having to add other seats to their workload already, and I know it's pretty quick, and everybody's been great helping me on board, so I'd be willing to work on those commissions and those seats.
Well, I think Supervisor Horstman had so much energy that she wanted 3 other seats to do. So I don't know if I would agree with you, Supervisor Vasquez, on that. But you do. Oh, I know. I'm already causing trouble here. So I want to turn to the board on those 3 seats. Is that okay with the board, or do we have other expressions of interest? I see Supervisor Horstman.
If I may, yes, I really look forward to Geronimo taking a lead and an interest in some of these. And I am more than happy to see him take an interest and lead in, especially in transportation. And I am right now was the alternate on NAPTA, also known as Mountain Line. And Liz was the member. What I would suggest is, if you will, Geronimo, take over that member position on Mountain Line. And I would be glad if you would like to be your alternate. So if you can attend on something, I'll be glad to do that. I also think it would be an excellent role for him on NACOG. With regards to Metro Plan, and I am currently, again, it was Liz and I that were the 2 main folks on Metro Plan. And I think it'd be wonderful, Geronimo, if you would join me on that. Another transportation issue. And Supervisor Fowler, who has a number of committee assignments already, has graciously also been the alternate on that. And Supervisor Begay, if you'd rather take on the main representative on Metro Plan, I'm fine with that as well. And I can take the alternate. So whatever you'd prefer there. Either way, I think Geronimo, would be great if you'd also be on Metro Plan as well. And that's kind of like flag-centric committees too. And your and my districts are very flag-centric, so that would be great.
Yeah, and that's a piece of part of the question there. Let me check with the other supervisors. Are you okay with that? Or do you have interest?
Geronimo, since you're so excited, you can take over all of my committees. I am so willing to share. So thank you, Geronimo. I'm really happy that you're just jumping right in and sharing the the workload. Part of being on the Board of Supervisors is working within your district, but at the same time representing the board on all these different boards and commissions at the local level, as well as the state and national level. And that way, we help each other out. Sometimes we overload ourselves and then we don't really, it's better that we do not do that. So I really appreciate you jumping in and willing to take on some of these committees. Earlier, we had talked about the Water Advisory Council. If you're interested in that, I'm willing to do that.
Let me wait on that one for a minute and just bring that one around for. Yeah, I'm doing the easy ones first, I think. Let me check in with Supervisor Begay for these three.
That sounds good. That's great.
Are you okay with this, Supervisor Begay? Okay. And she sometimes gets broken up, so I'm not sure.
Mr. Chair, she's back in. Supervisor Begay, you can speak.
Okay, go ahead, Judy. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Okay, let me move on and then we can check in with Supervisor Begay. Or if we're not hearing you, so if you want to text your comments to Eric or Lindsay, that would be a good method also on that.
Hello?
Oh, there you go. Supervisor Begay, go ahead, Judy.
Yes, I'm okay with that, but I think we need to give one more to Geronimo.
I think we're going to work on that. I'm going to go for
Okay,
oh, be
okay
careful what you ask
everything.
for, though. We might turn to Supervisor Begay and dump on her. Well, let's see. All right. Okay, so we got those three. All right, Eric, on that. I'm going to move on next to LPC. In this case, Legislative Policy Committee. I feel the role, and that's what I'm appointed to by the board, and we do legislation. Liz was in the alternate role, provided I couldn't show up, as well as staying engaged with that. And Supervisor Horstman has expressed an interest. I think it would be a really good idea to have Supervisor Horstman back me up associated with that. But let me check in. That's still the case. Is that correct, Supervisor Horstman? Patrice?
Yes, I would look forward to doing that and back you up when I can, ma'am.
Okay. And then other board members, are we okay with that? I'm seeing nodding from Supervisor Vasquez, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. And Supervisor Begay?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So go ahead, Eric. You see where we are with that. And then the last one, oh gosh. So Supervisor Fowler was making a recommendation that she wanted to, as I understand, you wanted to ask and see if somebody else could fill the primary role related to CPWAC. So Supervisor Fowler, can you speak to that? this is where I think we have, I think they're going to gang up on you as the new member of the board, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Peller.
Yes, thank you so much. And it's really up to you. If you can't do it, it's okay. But I think you had expressed interest in it. Right now, I am on the, as a member for the Coconino Plateau Water Advisory Council. I still have other committees that I still have not joined yet, and I'm going to be joining. So if you're interested in that, I think that would be really great. Also, the other one I thought was if Judy, Supervisor Begay, wanted to join that, I thought that would be very good as well. It is really a partnership that with the federal, state, tribes, and nonprofits that come together, and cities and towns, and I thought that would be a really great place as well. So, but if not, that's okay too. But I still have other committees that I'm to join, and I haven't done that yet because it hasn't come through yet. Thank you.
Go ahead, Supervisor Horstman.
And I would agree with everything Supervisor Fowler indicated. And if Judy would take over the alternate on CPWAC, that would be great, especially since I'm taking up the secondary role with you, Matt, on legislative.
Yeah, part of it was Patricia is carrying a lot of committees, and we try and share this as much as possible. There's a load for everybody on what's happening. I'll check in. Geronimo, are you willing to fill that role? And I want to check in with Judy also on this.
Yes, I would be willing to take on the Water Advisory Council.
Okay.
Well, that would not be a problem.
Okay. And Judy, you're here. We're trying to shuffle it around a little bit. Could you fill the alternate position on this, or do you have further interest beyond that? So I want to, make sure if you have an interest, what that is.
Yes.
You're okay with the Geronimo filling that, and you would be the alternate, and that's what the yes is?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. And so those are the committees that Supervisor Archuleta had. And at this point, let's see, Eric, you want to just confirm what we just put forward there?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. We will make the CPWAC member Supervisor Vasquez, the alternate Supervisor Begay. Metro Plan, filling one of the two seats vacated by Supervisor Archuleta will be Supervisor Vasquez. The NACOG Regional Council, the seat vacated by Supervisor Archuleta will go to Supervisor Vasquez. The NAPTA/Mountain Lion Board of Directors, Supervisor Vasquez will be the member. And then on, I won't switch the file, but the LPC alternate will be Supervisor Horstman.
Okay, now this is a question that often asked by Supervisor Horstman, but we actually enact these positions. So a motion. Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Fowler. Go ahead.
I know you want to take action, but I just wondered if we are somewhat evenly spread out among the among all the committees. These are our local committees, and I'm just wondering if all of us are pretty much evenly spread out, so that we're all helping each other on all of these committees. So if we can maybe go through and make sure that we're all serving in these capacities.
So I could probably do a quick summary of that. I think between Supervisor Horstman and myself, we're probably carrying the lion's share of what's out there right now, even with the modification. Supervisor Horstman giving up a committee here on that. Supervisor Vasquez then fills the next number of committees, with leaving you in Supervisor Begay with lesser number of committees that we have out there on that. I would suggest that we keep looking at this over time, and that we do push for further distribution. I know Supervisor Begay expressed an interest of serving in vice chair capacities so she could learn over time. Hopefully we can transfer some of these other duties and share it beyond that for that. Do you want, I'm trying to keep us to clock also, Supervisor Fowler.
I just thought that that's just a question that's out there. I still have Homeland Security that is not added on here, and the BLM advisory that is not on here. So that's at the state level. These are just the local ones. But we also have, so these are recognized by the board. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you have any further clarification on that, Eric?
Mr. Chair, the Supervisor Fowler is correct. Those are in the state and local, or the state and national assignments. Governor Ducey has not made the Homeland Security appointment yet. So the nomination has been made, and then the BLM Regional Council has a certain timeline. So we have nominated Supervisor Fowler and are waiting for the Interior Secretary to arrive at that timeline to make those appointments. Just briefly, a quick look through this. Each member, we're right around 3 for each member. Supervisor Begay at 2, Supervisor Vasquez at 4. So just on the locals.
Okay. So
many of these are Flagstaff centric, so that's where they the representatives for Flagstaff pretty much divide those up.
We tend to do that. We also do need to try and share them as actually their delegated duties, but yeah, it does make sense.
I can serve on those committee and make all the changes and stuff.
I know. we already have you.
I think it looks good at this point. I would make my motion that we accept the committee assignments and the list as presented by Eric.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman.
I will second that.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? None opposed. I heard everybody say aye on that. Excellent. Fantastic. And Eric, you'll go ahead and reorder it and send these back out to us. Just a final note associated with the committees. Again, we serve on these on behalf of the board. We're bringing in a board position as best we can, and we ask that as you do this, you'll have specific duties as delegated within those organizations representing us, but you'll also carry some of your opinion. Even so, if you could come back and report to the board, very important for us, and really appreciate how that's going. So Geronimo, you're not going to be able to, you're going to have to push back on some of these supervisors, putting you in the junior position and saying you can fill all these things too. So yeah, got to hold our own here. All the same.
Don't listen, Dave.
All right.
Don't worry, I will, when I get to my limit, I'll let you know.
All right. Well, and we all do. Let's share. If you can't fill, you have to be off a particular time. Let's use our alternates and keep each other up to date. That would be really good. Really appreciate that.
And that's really important when you're in the alternate role. Please, if you're the primary representative and you can't make the meeting, please give your alternate a heads up as quickly as you can, because of course, even us alternate schedule can fill up pretty quickly. So, but let us know, because we obviously want to either have the representative or alternate at the board meeting. So good point, Chairman Ryan.
Yeah, and as we keep each other informed, it's good for the alternate to know what's going on so they can step in. All right, so that takes care of that. The next item that we have, let me check our time, 5:44. I do want to give us a break before the 6 o'clock as well. But I'll turn the discussion to we have the state and federal legislative stuff. Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I've sent you the roundtable. I just want to highlight a couple things. We added the election bill summaries. As Supervisor Fowler noted, and as many of you have seen, the Brennan Center has identified a number of bills nationwide, certainly on voting rights and access. What we did is went through the entire list of well over 2,000 bills that exist in the state legislature, and gave you the list of all bills that affect elections. So somewhere throughout Title 16 and such, that list has been provided, as well as a graphic form that sort of shows you the progress through the houses of each of those bills. I wanted to highlight one that we hear a lot about, and you're going to hear about tomorrow in the House Government and Elections Committee, is 1485. This bill was originally the bill that removed anyone from the PEBBLE list, the permanent early voter list, by missing an election. That has now been changed, and it is enough that the election directors and recorders through ACO have gone to a neutral position. So I just wanted to clarify what this bill does, because you're going to still hear a lot of folks opposed. And I just wanted to give you this update that the bill would change the permanent early voting list name to just the early voting list. And if a voter misses both the primary and general in consecutive elections, so the gubernatorial primary and general, and then the presidential primary and general, so 4 years worth of the major elections that must have a legislative or federal race in it, that person would be removed after 30 days notice has been given them that they will be removed. And of course, they can be left on if they say they wish to be left on. This has been a long process and a long conversation between recorders and election directors, ACO and other CSA involved, working on that issue to come to a neutral position, as the right to stay on the PEBBLE list to receive an early ballot, a mail ballot, has been maintained, and the voter would be notified if they were removed from the registration roll. But that bill will be part of a major hearing tomorrow. There are still advocates that do not like the bill. I'm not saying that this has made recorders or election directors support it, but the onerous portions of removing folks from the early voting list have been mollified to such a level that they are in a neutral position. So, Mr. Chair, I know you have time, so I'm going to do a federal update on some things, but I'll stop there for anything else on the state level that folks wish to discuss, or questions on this one.
All right, questions from the board. Turn to, that's a big one there. That's a hard one to swallow. Also, part of what's going on is this had momentum. The work of ACO and the work of CSA is neutralizing this so that they aren't crippling the early voter. Still, it's restricting it quite a bit. I'm not. Still, I have discomfort associated with that on it. We could always register a vote in opposition. Desire would be, as we hear from ACO and CSA, is they've neutralized it so it doesn't turn to anything more negative associated with this. Is that correct, Eric?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so turn to the board, questions or comments. Looks like Supervisor Fowler. Go ahead, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Eric, for providing the information about all the bills that are being introduced at the state level. This is very concerning. We were in the U.S. Supreme Court, and across the country, there are bills that are being introduced that are trying to disenfranchise voters. And I think that we should take position on all these bills that are trying to disenfranchise the voters in any way possible. This year, I feel like this is a retaliation against the voters for coming out to vote. When we as county governments, we don't try to figure out who is what party when we do elections. We just conduct the elections. Ultimately, we're the ones that pay for these elections. We have all our county volunteers, as many as they want to.
go out and volunteer and at the poll workers. It takes a lot of effort, and the state legislators are not considering any of this. And we're in a very rural community. We have various languages that we have to work through. All of that is not being considered. And I just want to thank the county recorders and others that are really on the forefront of all of this. And I just think we need to make sure that we stay on top of these bills to make sure that we are, at least we're having our voice there and being opposed to a lot of these bills that are being introduced. It is very sad what is happening throughout the country right now and in Arizona. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your work, Eric, and your team. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor. And Mr. Chair, just briefly on that, on the email that I did send, you will notice many of the onerous bills, of course, that the Brennan Center identified and even that we have identified have died under their own weight. So we are at that point now where we are starting to narrow the bills. And in the past with CSA positions, we often take a blanket position unless we have a difference. I'll just point out there's some areas where ACO, we may have a preference here at the county. Certainly former Supervisor Babbitt did for ranked choice voting. That's a position the recorders and election directors don't want to have that option. It obviously changes the whole world of voting. So we haven't made any blanket positions. But as you see bills on this list, supervisors, that you want to oppose, again, as always with all bills, let me or Claire know, and we'll put you in as registered at any time. So.
All right. I saw Supervisor Horseman. Did you want to?
And I just want to say here to what Supervisor Fowler stated, and I think we need to take a strong stance to allow the maximum voter and voter allowance for our community. And we definitely do not want to interfere with anyone's right to vote. And so I would definitely take a stand against Pebble, even if with the changes that they've suggested. Certainly it's better than what they originally had come up with, but it still disenfranchises our community and our voters. So I would take a stance against that.
Yeah, and I would note that. I would do the same in this case. I understand all the work that had been done on this, why they're taking their positions, but I think it would be important. Most of our voters want to vote by people. And so, we see that, and yet we see the state orchestrating ways to disenfranchise them and say that they can't. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what everybody else is saying, is that, we should be making it easier for folks to vote and helping facilitate them to vote rather than putting more obstacles for them to vote. And so I would be comfortable taking a stand to support making voting more accessible to our voters rather than creating more obstacles for our voters. Thank you.
All right. And so on this particular one, definitely put in opposition. Is that what I'm hearing?
Will do.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Begay, you're off. You go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to reiterate the same thing. I think it's very important that we have a right to vote and that all voters have that opportunity, and to impose such bills is something that we shouldn't have to just let sit there. And I think we really need to make a strong stance, for this bill here overall, because like I said, we all have rights, and voting is one, and all votes matter. So I just want to say I do think that we should take a stand on this thing. So thank you so much, and Eric, thank you for all the legislative updates, information that you've been sending. It's really interesting, and I enjoy reading them. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, don't compliment him too much. It might go to his head here. No, actually, Eric does an excellent job.
It'll evaporate right out. So
That's right. So with that, and I'm going to manage time, but I did check in with County Manager. He does not have an update. He'll always reach out to you individually if he does. On that. So we can skip item number 11. My suggestion would be, if we have time later on after we go through the regular session tonight, that we come back and revisit item 12 This will give us, why don't we take, it'll bring us in just a pinch late, but let's take about 7 minutes and come back, okay? All right, excellent. Okay, checking in with you, Eric. How are we doing?
Supervisor, we're all here, so.
Oh, fantastic. You know, with these Zoom meetings, I'm learning how to inhale food. It's amazing what we pull off in the background here, huh?
We are here.
All right, fantastic. So we've now reached our regular session time. We're starting a couple minutes late, but that's okay. And what I'll do is I'll bring us back and call us back to order for the regular session. Check in with the supervisors. For the sake of the public, Supervisor Horseman, District 1.
I'm here.
All right. District 2, Supervisor Vasquez. Geronimo.
Here, thank you.
All right. And then myself, District 3, we have District 4, Supervisor Begay.
Here.
All right. Judy, great. And then last but not least, Vice Chair and Supervisor District 5, Supervisor Fowler or Vice Chair.
I'm here. Thank you.
All right. All right. So we have our full board here in attendance. First item of business beyond we've called to order would be the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everybody could please join me, rise and face to the east if you don't have a flag with you. We have one on the screen. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. And so the next item of business is call to the public. And the call to the public is a courtesy that we offer people to bring items to us that are not on our agenda and or provide announcements of what's going on out in the community. So it's a courtesy that we offer. And I turn to Eric Peterson, who's helping us magically set up Zoom behind the scenes here. Eric, can you explain what people need to do to participate?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the public, the call to the public is for items not on the agenda. If you wish to speak tonight, look at the bottom of your screen and press the raise your hand button. That will raise your hand. And then when the chair calls on you, I will activate your microphone. You don't need to worry about a camera. We'll turn to the clerk here shortly. Also, we'll remind folks, again, items not on the agenda. And Mr. Christelman, as you get into the presentations tonight, we'll need the names of who you want elevated for each of the items. So but that's a separate note. But Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands going up at this time.
All right, I was just checking also, and then we'll turn to our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, who checks the emails. Anything anything come in there, Lindsay?
Chair Ryan, nothing has come in on the email right now. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Eric. So with that and offering that opportunity, I'll go ahead and close the call to the public. And then we do have items. We will go through 3 different land hearings, land-based issues. And if anybody's come to speak on them, we will provide an opportunity for you to speak as those items proceed. And I will start to step into item 13, but I'll go ahead and lay it out early just for procedure. Typically what we do is we'll have a presentation by staff, and then the applicant will have an opportunity to present their item. The board may question during each of those processes. After that's done, we will open up the hearing for that item. We provide people an opportunity to speak, see if we'll usually assign approximately 3 minutes for individuals so that you can speak to the topic. As you speak, we ask that you be courteous. You speak to me as the chairman. It's not directed at other individuals. Make your points associated with the cases, hopefully speaking to the facts as it relates to our ordinances and our plans on those items. We'll provide you the 3 minutes and then provide opportunities for others to come up and speak if if you're lining up and wishing to speak associated with this. We close the public hearing after that. We bring it back for a response by the applicant and staff, where the board may continue to go through questions or discussion. Once we've gone through that, we'll bring it back to the board. Board may ask to bring other people up and or that have spoken, usually the applicant or staff, as we go through discussions, and then that will lead into motions associated with each case. With that, our first item that we have here is a public hearing on item number 13. This is consideration and possible action and adoption of ordinance 2020-06, approving a zone change from G general 10-acre minimum parcel size to zone and RS 18,000 residential single family 18,000 square feet, minimal parcel size to zone 2 RS 10,000 residential single family 10,000 square feet minimal parcel zone for a 0.23 acre portion of a 1.94 acre parcel and AR agricultural residential. Oh boy, I started to read into this one. Jay can explain it, but this is a 1 acre parcel size. The zone for the remaining 1.7 acre portion of a parcel located at 3412 Tonalea Trail in Coconino Village, also identified as assessor's parcel item 116-20-023. Next time, I'll go ahead and read where it is and let Jay fill in all those great details for what we have. But we have Jay Christelman. If you can introduce yourself and your position, Jay, for the sake of the board as well as the public here, and discuss
Mr.
the
Chair, thank you for the introduction. Supervisors, I'm Jay Christelman, Community Development Director. With that, I'll bring up the presentation. If you've been following your IT alerts, you'll know that the shared networks are down. Oh, this is the wrong one. Just one sec. So we will be looking at a less attractive PDF version of the drive. Oh, bear with me. I've got the wrong one up here.
Jay, you're in the Zoom, so I don't think you need to sign in.
Okay, I don't know why it's asking me to sign back in.
That's not
I'm
a problem.
having a hard time sharing my screen now after the wrong one.
I'm going to stop your sharing and that'll let
There you go. That helped. Thank you so much. It keeps asking me to sign in, Eric.
Jay, can you just email me the PDF and I'll run it from over here?
I think I've just got it.
Okay. There you go.
There we go. Thank you, though, Eric. It's being quirky on me today. So we are here this evening to hear the Murnane zone change. Supervisor Ryan, you did a great job of introducing that, so thank you. The property owner is the Murnane Family Living Trust in Flagstaff, Arizona. The applicant is Matthew Peace, also of Flagstaff, Arizona. The current zoning is both G general 10-acre minimum parcel size and RS 18,000. So it's a unique split zoned lot. It's currently 1.94 acres, and the request is to change a little under a quarter acre portion of the parcel to residential single family 10,000 square foot minimum, and change the remaining 1.7 acre portion to agriculture residential 1 acre minimum. Here is the vicinity map. You can see it's at the very south end of Coconino Village there. This is a aerial photo, much more blown up. So you can see this triangle piece, which is on top of the G zone piece. So there's split zoning on this property, which is unique. And that's RS 18,000 on the G zone parcel. Now that triangle shaped piece that I had pointed to with the cursor, it's existed as a separate parcel since at least the 60s or 70s, based on the records that we have. And in 1992, it was approved for a zone change from G to RS 18,000, creating that split parcel. Then it was split from the adjacent parcel to the southwest in 1995. So this is what currently exists today. And here's the zoning map. You can see a little easier with that RS 16,000 piece right here, and then the G piece that it overlies on top of. Now here is the survey showing the proposed split. So here would be the 0.23 acre piece that would be RS 18,000, which is consistent with the neighboring properties. And then the remaining 1.7 acres here would be agricultural residential 1 acre minimum, which is consistent with the properties to the north. Here's a photo of the subject property. This is near the triangle piece looking to the north. Now, a citizen participation plan was held on October 5th, virtually, of course. 2 people attended. There were no concerns expressed, and staff has not received any comments on this application. Coconino Village Area Plan residential goal calls to ensure a range of housing alternatives for a diverse population. And the comprehensive plan land use and growth goal wants to ensure the same thing, a variety of communities that are well designed in terms of character, natural environment, and a valuability of services. Now the findings for a zone change, number 1 is that the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and this ordinance. Number 2 is that the change is in the interest of or will further the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. Number 3, that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. The Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend unanimous approval to the Board of Supervisors. And with that, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions of the board on this?
I have no questions.
Okay, others?
I don't have questions either. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Not seeing other questions, so I'll go ahead and move on. And we also have a more detailed report in our packet as well. If you have questions that arise and we need to go into it, please don't hesitate, board members. So I am turning to the opportunity over to, and Jay, help me out here. Is it Mr. Peace or is it a member of the Germain family? So it's the opportunity of the property owners or their representative.
One of the property owners was on the P&Z call, and I do believe that he wanted to share some history of the project, or of their property, I should say.
Okay. And so, go ahead, Ark.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we do have, it looks like a couple potential mats that are first names that could be our property owner and applicant. So if you are the property owner applicant, could you raise your hand so I know which one of you is to be brought into the meeting? Look down at the bottom of your screen. There we go. We see the, Mr. Chair, would you like me to bring them in?
If you could, please, that would be great.
Okay, they'll be rejoining. Just give them a second.
Eric, should I stop sharing my screen at this point?
Oh, that's fine. Matt, yes, take it on. Sorry, Jay.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, we have the Axo Development Corporation entity, which I believe is the applicant. They raised their hand.
Let me know when they're in.
They're in. So.
Okay. And then I need to turn and ask you to state your name and your address for the record, please. We're not hearing anything. Are you on mute?
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. I was on mute. So my name is Matt Peace, and my address is 782 North Forest View Drive, Flagstaff, Arizona, 86001.
All right. Well, welcome, Mr. Peace, and the floor is yours.
Perfect. Yeah. So this is a property, as you guys have seen, that I feel does comply with the kind of proposed split off on the corner there. The Murnane family is the family that I've been dealing with on this. They own the property currently, and have expressed the interest in getting rid of that section that's kind of in the meadow there, as it's never used, and they wanted to see it go to a good use. And I feel like the use complies with everything surrounding it, with all the zoning and the property size as well.
All right. And anything else that you would like to present?
No, just that our main intention here, with what we do is, we do build houses around Coconino, Mountain Air, as well as in town. I see a huge need for housing here. A lot of what I do is entry-level homes everywhere we go, Coconino Village, Mountain Air especially, and I see the demand being very, very well needed all throughout the county here.
Yeah, a lot of our workforce issues. Okay. Well, I'll turn to the board. Any questions of the applicant, board members?
No questions?
Okay. I'm not seeing anybody.
No questions.
No, I don't have questions. Thank you.
You bet. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Pease. Now, we're going to bring it back to you after we go through the hearing, as I had noted, to see if you have any additional comments and or the board might ask you to come up as we get into discussions. So at this point, we'll end the applicant's presentation here, and I am opening the public hearing. And again, Eric, for the sake of folks out there, please explain how they can participate in the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the public, if you wish to address the board on this item, please use the raise your hand function on the bottom of the Zoom screen. You do not need to worry about your camera. We'll turn on your microphone when the chairman calls on you. So if you raise your hand to speak to this item, we will then put you in the queue, and I can work with the chairman to call up the right people at the right time.
Just give it a second or two. And I would assume, I'm not seeing anything on my screen, I would assume.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and with that, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing portion of this, and I'll bring it back to the board. If you have any comments or questions for staff, I'll probably make a couple comments, but I'll turn to the board first on this. Board members? Supervisor Horstman, you're up on screen. Did you have?
Yeah, just basically, I don't have any questions, just some comments. I did have an opportunity to review all the materials, and I so appreciate the community development and Jay and your staff. You've done a great job of bringing this all together for us so we can review it thoroughly. Also had an opportunity to talk to both Jess and Jay on this. I would note, as has been noted by others, that this is consistent with the neighboring properties. It's not out of line with the immediately adjacent properties. And looking at the three findings for a zone change and reasons for a zone change, it certainly sounds like from the information presented that it does meet the three requirements for the zone change. Those would be my comments.
All right. Any other board members on this? I'll go ahead while I'm asking that question. I'll provide comment also. Yes, this is in my district. It's Coconino Village. I know where the property is. And as noted by Supervisor Horstman, I would be looking to see if it was consistent with the goals and objectives of our comprehensive plan, or in this case, beyond the comprehensive plan, the Flagstaff Regional Plan and the Coconino Area Plan. I definitely see consistency. One element that I'm looking at here on if it would adversely affect the neighboring properties or the impact of the character, if anything, it's unifying with the adjacency and bringing it further towards bringing it in line with the character of those adjacent properties, and then seeing no problem with it having a detrimental impact on public health and safety comfort or convenience, I could easily make the findings associated with this. Or Vice Chair Fowler, you
Yes,
bubbled up on screen. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I too find the findings that this is that we have met all the findings and requirement, and I too have reviewed the maps and all the documents, and also met with Jess on this, our county community development staff, just to double check and make sure that things are just so my questions were answered. So I just want to appreciate their work. Thank you.
All right. And I'm not hearing other comments or questions at this point. At this point, I'll go ahead and consider a motion as it relates to this application. And normally I would turn to the district representative, but on that one, and usually, yeah, I can make such go for something like that if no other board members were there to do so. But I think I don't need to do that. I'll turn to the board and see if you would consider making a motion on this.
I'll be happy to, unless somebody else wants to.
All right, go ahead, Supervisor Horstman.
And Mr. Chair, at this point, I would ask make a motion to approve zoning change from G general 10-acre minimum parcel and zone an RS 18,000 residential single family 18,000 square foot minimum parcel size zone to RS 10,000 residential single family 10,000 square feet minimum parcel size zone for the 0.23 acre portion of the 1.94 acre parcel, and for the remaining 1.7 acre parcel, have it agriculture residential 1 acre minimum parcel of the parcel that was located at 3412 Tonalea Trail in Kachina, also identified as assessors parcel number 116-20-023, and to approve let me find the name of it, approve the ordinance number 2021-06 associated with this.
I need a second on that.
A second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez, and I'll just note, you can see why I was going to turn over the reading of it to Jay on that. Very good. But I have a motion and a second before me. Any additional comments? My only comment would be for the sake of the applicant, I appreciate something so clean coming forward. With that, I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any member opposed? No members opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Good luck to the Germain family, and thank you, Mr. Pierce, for the presentation there. Next item of business would be item number 14. And this is a public hearing and consideration of possible adoption of ordinance 2021-07. This is associated with a property that is located at 101 Moonrise Valley. Actually, I'm hopping through and I'm messing it up already. So this is a presentation on parcel numbers 110, 12-004C, G, H, and J. And it's in Lockett Ranches. And so I'll let Jay lay out the detail associated with this application.
Mr. Chair and Supervisors, good evening. Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Chair. Jay Crystalman, Community Development Director. As you introduced, this is, we just called it the Lockett Ranches zone change because there are a number of property owners involved. The applicants are Mr. Jack Halley, Mr. Craig Steele, Mr. Darius Moisey, and the Kristen Family Trust, all from Flagstaff. We do have Mr. Craig Steele on with us this evening. The existing zoning is rural residential 4-acre minimum, and the proposed zoning is rural residential 2-acre minimum, which I'll show a subject map here. It shows very consistent with the majority of Lockett ranches. And the property sizes, there's 4 different parcels totaling 36 acres. One's 20, 2 are 8, and 1 is 4. Here's that vicinity zoning map. So you can see a very large portion of Lockett ranches is already zoned RR2, and then there's just some larger parcels that are sort of in the middle of it. Here's our office, our community development office right here. So Lockett Ranch is just right behind us. Here's the aerial photo that shows those parcels. This is the entrance to the proposed development, which is Moonrise Valley Road. This is right off of Quintana. This is paved all the way to right here, right about where that recycle can is, and then it cinders from there on out. And this is Mr. Moise's property, Mr. and Mrs. Moise's property. Now, there's some interesting history with Lockett Ranches. The original development were 36-acre unsubdivided ranchettes that did not go through the subdivision process. The splits occurred from owners down to what the current RR2 zoning, in some cases AR, and in some cases RR4 zoning are. That's rural residential. Most of Lockett Ranches, they have paved roads. They maintain them themselves. HOA maintains them, and that's unusual for unsubdivided land. So many elements of the subdivision process were met. Now in 1998, the current owners downzoned from what was originally an agricultural residential 1 acre minimum parcel size, and they changed it to the RR4 and RR2 rural residential 4-acre minimum or rural residential 2-acre minimum to keep the lower density and the current character of Lockett Ranches. This is a legal description of what the proposed development would look like. Now, the RR4, rural residential 4-acre minimum to rural residential 2-acre minimum, it does allow for future splits to 2 acres. Now, the applicant does not have a development plan associated with this. However, they have crafted some conditions that satisfied the staff and the commission with regards to not having a proposed development plan. And the way that the property is aligned and the way that Moonrise Valley Road goes right through the middle of it, the future splits would likely be split with access. It would be very likely, very probable that those future splits would have access to Moonrise Valley Road, which does have utilities in it, dry utilities. Any questions on the proposed development before I continue?
I'm not seeing questions. Go ahead, Jay.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Now, in lieu of the development plan that I mentioned, the applicant has agreed to development, a slope, and a wildlife easement, and I'll show that in a future slide. They've also agreed to create a road maintenance plan that would include any of the future owners of the possible splits. And then a fire district currently exists for the entire neighborhood, and the roadways and utility easements are, of course, existing. So these conditions make the proposed development a bit more consistent with a typical subdivision application. Now, I wanted to put this in here. So the Lockett Ranches Fire District, it incorporates the entire neighborhood. So we did have a condition in the previous staff report, in the previous ordinance, that was condition number 3 that required everyone in these new parcels that are being created to enter into the fire district. Well, that's already a requirement of the CC&Rs for the neighborhood. Additionally, a representative from the Lockett Ranches Fire District did speak during the hearing, and he indicated that he did not want to set specific requirements for the property owners. Rather, he wanted to assist them in applying for grants to help them thin the property. So because of that, the commission did strike that third condition, and I sent a revised ordinance earlier today that the clerk of the board has that only has the 2 conditions. So this is actually the 89-acre parcel to the west that the Museum of Northern Arizona owns, but we wanted to show this to you because this is the proposed property right here. So there is a wildlife corridor very near the proposed development, and that's this in purple here. So the applicant has proposed to create that wildlife corridor and slope easement here, both protecting the steep slope, the escarpment, if you will, and the wildlife corridors actually over here. So it gives more of a buffer for the wildlife. Now the citizen participation plan, they had a meeting in February, back in February of 2019. This application's been here for a while. There were no objections. Lockett Ranch's fire district, thinning may be desirable. They indicated that thinning may be desirable on the lots in the future. And again, they would work with those property owners to apply for grants to help thin the parcels if necessary. A long-range plan analysis, the proposed density does meet the suggestions of the Flagstaff Regional Plan. The comprehensive plan supports projects that consider fire-wise practices as well as wildlife corridors. And the Fort Valley Area Plan supports rezones for more density that have clear benefit to the planning area. And staff finds that the easement to protect the slope and the wildlife corridor is a benefit. The findings for the zone change, I can read those again. That the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comp plan and this ordinance, meaning the zoning ordinance. That the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. And that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. And the Planning and Zoning Commission, again, did recommend a unanimous approval. And with that, I'll be happy to field any questions.
I'm traveling across 3 screens to get to the mic and all on that. So this is an opportunity for the board to ask questions of staff on the application. And yeah, I'll start out just real quick on it. So we've struck the condition associated with the intent to be included in the fire district. Could you clarify that one for me a little bit more, Jay? I understand it's in the CCNRs, that's noted. Typically, we would have a condition associated with that. So could you explain that further for me?
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. So we had a condition that required the whoever purchased these future parcels to be included in the Lockett Ranches Fire District, but their HOA requires them to do so anyways. So it was just a redundant, unnecessary condition, and it also required forest thinning practices. That's something that the also require. So it was just a redundant and unnecessary condition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a little reluctant. Typically, we have it as a condition associated with it. I understand, the thinning is aligned with the CCNRs. Reason we put the conditions in there is to assure that it would take place. We see properties with time or HOAs with time. Unfortunately, they don't seem to stand the test of time always. But, there is an intent. There is a currently existing HOA. I see that. Anyway. That was the one that I had. Supervisor Horstman, this is in your district.
It is in my district, and I know this area very well. It's just right in front of where I live, as a matter of fact. So just for clarification, and I'm going right off on what Chairman Ryan was asking questions on. So the 2 conditions are the slope easement wildlife corridor and the road maintenance agreement. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Horstman, yes, that's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're done your questions, I would assume, Supervisor Horstman. Other questions to the board?
Sorry. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, not seeing any. And Jay, did I hear Mr. Steele is the applicant or applicant representative that would be speaking to this item?
Mr. Chair and Supervisors, that's correct. Mr. Craig Steele is on with us, and he is one of the property owners.
Okay. So Eric, could you help guide Mr. Steele into
Yep.
Meeting.
So Mr. Steele is in the meeting with us as a presenter. So Mr. Steele, you can unmute and turn your camera on if you choose and address the board as an applicant.
All right, now turn to you, Mr. Steele, and give you the floor. Please introduce yourself, provide your name and your address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Craig Steele. I'm here with Dr. Howley, my neighbor, and we're pleased that you're reviewing, taking this care to review our application request. My wife was one of the founding members of the Lockett Ranches Fire District, which is the taxing entity chartered by the county to maintain fire protection. And we have had the Lockett Ranches Fire District has had contracts and continuing contracts with the City of Flagstaff Fire Department, which has the fire station just down the road on Highway 180. They have examined my property, 8-acre parcel that I have some interest in splitting, perhaps sometime in the future, 2-acre piece off of, and said that, you know, they were satisfied with the forest density. We're, you know, I'm actively engaged with the fire district in maintaining their website. And I'd also like to add that I and my wife have donated money to support the conservation easement of the Colton Meadows project on MNA land, that 90-acre. We're funding 18 acres of that 90 acres to the immediate west of this property, the large meadow down there, which does contain the wildlife corridor. And we have no reservations and are enthusiastic about supporting the conditions and making a non-development easement on the edge of our properties, along with Dr. Howley, to maintain the natural integrity of the wildlife corridor and breeding area. That's all. I appreciate the efforts of the Board of Supervisors and the community development staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele, could you give us your address for the sake of public record?
Yes, it's 101 East Moonrise Valley, Flagstaff, Arizona, 86001.
All right. Actually, you know, I would turn to you and say such stewardship is commendable and truly appreciated as we try and link these corridors throughout the region. But what I'll do is I'll give the courtesy to Supervisor Horstman to comment or ask questions of you as it is in District 1, Supervisor Horstman, and then we'll turn to the rest of the board.
Yes, and Mr. Steele and Dr. Howley, thank you for being here with us here today. And also, I want to thank you and commend you for your involvement with the Colton corridor and the wildlife corridor. I see those deers coming down from your area pretty much every day. So making sure that they have a place to eat and to roam through the areas over here. So thank you for your involvement on that. I know the area well. I've also reviewed the materials, and I would thank Community Development for their extensive information that they've provided us, and for you, Mr. Steele and Dr. Howley and your neighbors for working cooperatively with our folks here at Community Development. I have received no challenges and no objections to the zoning request. I also would note the findings of the community development and also planning and zoning, and would agree that the change is consistent with the goals, the objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan and of the ordinance, of our ordinance, that the change would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, and convenience and welfare, and the change would not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to the adjacent properties. In fact, I would note that they would be consistent with the adjacent properties and the zoning that is in the Lockett Meadows area. So, Mr. Chair, I know you aren't asking for a motion yet, but I would be very favorable to their zoning request.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Yeah, we have to go ahead and get through the hearing real quick, although I don't see people lining up. We'll still want to go through or providing that opportunity. The other board members, any further questions on this one?
Mr. Chair, I do not have a question. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
No,
All
it
right.
seems very clear. No questions here. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So what I'll do is at this point, we're at the public hearing portion of the hearing. And I'm opening up to the public. Eric, can you repeat the process for people to take the opportunity for the public hearing if they want to comment on this?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Members of the public, if you wish to speak on this item, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen on Zoom. That'll indicate to us that you wish to speak. You don't have to worry about a camera tonight. It'll just be audio. And once you raise your hand, I'll indicate that to the chairman. When he calls on you, I'll give you permission to speak. You just unmute and then be able to address the board. So please raise your hand at this time if you do have a desire to speak on this item.
All right, give it just a minute, just so people can do that. And while I'm doing that, turn to Lindsay. I would assume we're not getting emails, but I want to double check.
Chair Ryan, we have not received any emails regarding this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. And then Eric, I'm not seeing any on mine. I would assume you're scrolling all the way through.
Yep, we do not have any, sir.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Seems like this one, from what I heard from the board, is we probably don't have any further questions of staff or the applicant, although we still have that opportunity. I will, before we move forward with any motion, Supervisor Horstman, one point of note that I'll make is I also can make the findings, and as you had noted, if anything, it creates more consistency with the adjacent parcels, actually going back to close to, it's almost a compromise between the 1 acre and now making this 2 acre component here. One question that I have, I want to turn to our attorney, Rose. Are you out there? I'm sure you are. You've been so quiet, I had to turn to you and ask you a question. There she is. All
yes,
right.
I'm here.
All right, Rose, just noting, so we have the updated ordinance rewrite associated with it. Are you, as we cite the ordinance, we just need to make a note of that, or what would you be your recommendation for the whoever's providing the motion? I would assume Supervisor Horstman on this.
Certainly, I think, yeah, it would be wise to, address a modification of the written ordinance. So long as we have that modification in the record, that should be sufficient to refer to the modification generally in the motion.
And that,
all right.
If I may get clarification, the modification is for the removing the fire district, or is it just the 2 conditions to add to that add to the ordinance?
That would be a Jay question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Horstman. Just those 2 conditions that you read, that is the correct ordinance.
Okay, very good.
So we have a recommended motion in our packet. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and I'm going to make it really easy. I'm just going to refer that at this time I would enter into a motion for the adoption of ordinance number 2021-07 for the proposed change on the properties, the 36 acres properties located at 101 Moonrise Valley, 412 Moonrise Valley, 4364 Quintana Drive, and 155 Moonrise Valley in Lockett Ranches, adding to the ordinance the two conditions to require the slope easement, wildlife corridor maintenance, and the road maintenance agreement be incorporated as part of the ordinance, and that would be my motion.
All right, and so noting the changes that staff had outlined as well. So I need a second associated with that.
I will second the motion.
Okay, any questions or comments? Not seeing any, I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Seeing none opposed, motion carries unanimously. And once again, and I'm sure Supervisor Horstman would join me in complimenting you on the stewardship of the property, not only for forest management, for the wildlife corridor. We truly appreciate it. It's so consistent with what we try and do in our plans. So thank you. Supervisor Horstman, go ahead if you want to comment also.
And also consistent with the Museum of Northern Arizona's attempts for conservation easement and to preserve that wildlife corridor, as well as preserve the open space in that area. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you for your stewardship and for your community involvement. Thank you.
All right, good luck to you. Okay, next up, and I think we're moving through quite well for this evening, is item number 15. I just lost my agenda, but I see that we're item 15. And this is a public hearing and possible adoption of ordinance 2020-01. And this is the Marble Canyon development proposal that I'll let our staff member, Jay Christman. Oh, it looks like we have Jess McNeely out there. Or Jay Christman changed his identity real quick here. But Jess, as our Deputy Community Development Director, please introduce yourself. And then it looks like you're going to carry this forward.
Yes, thank you, Chair Ryan. Good evening, Chairman Ryan and all board members. I'm Jess McNeely. I'm the Assistant Director of Community Development and Planning Manager for the county. So I will be presenting this zone change item. And Eric, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now so I can share a PowerPoint. Okay, are you guys seeing my PowerPoint presentation?
The answer is yes.
Oh, good. All right. Well, again, thank you, Chair Ryan and supervisors, for introducing this item, Chair Ryan. And this is Zone Change 2014. We call it the Marble Canyon Zone Change. Our property owners in this application are some of the Foster family. We also have the Marble Canyon Company and the Arizona Telephone Company. Our applicant, who I believe should be with us this evening, is John Bissell. He is with the Hans G Corporation, and they are based out of California. The existing zoning on this property is a mixture of 3 zones: planned community, PC, the AR3 zone, that would be agricultural residential 3-acre minimum, and G general zone, which is 10-acre minimum. The proposed zoning in this application is RC Resort Commercial, and this is a pretty big property. It is 162.7 acres. So the request from the applicant is a zone change to the RC Resort Commercial Zone with approval of a master development plan for a resort. We did provide a print copy, a full-size print copy for the supervisors. So I hope you've had a chance to look at the applicant's drawing submittals. The applicant requests a variety of uses in their written proposal, which was also in your packets. And any development as it takes place on this property is subject to zoning ordinance commercial development standards. So this is a vicinity map that shows you the general area, and you can see the highlighted subject property outlined as private property that's really completely surrounded by federal property. And you see its proximity to Lee's Ferry to the northeast, and the Vermilion Cliffs, which run to the northwest and all along the west side of the application area. When we zoom in a little bit on the aerial photograph, you see how close this subject property is to the historic Navajo Bridge immediately to the east of it, and how close it is to the Colorado River, which is of course within Grand Canyon National Park. I will also point out on this slide, you can see graphically the layout of the various zones of the existing property. Far to the southwest is the OS open space zone, and that's encompassing the landing strip for the airfield. Everything south of 89, of State Highway 89 is Zone G, general, and that includes some of the really older historic stone buildings on the site. North of Highway 89, we have the PC planned community zone. This PC designation does allow for a mixture of commercial uses, all the commercial uses that are currently at the site. This was probably rezoned to PC planned commercial before our ordinance had the flexibility of the resort commercial zone. And far to the north, you see the AR3 agricultural residential zone district, and that houses some of the actual single family homes on the property that some of the owners and caretakers have lived in. So when we look at the very historic background of this site, the original Marble Canyon Trading Post was built in the 20s. It was destroyed by a fire in 2013 and rebuilt in 2014. The rebuilding of that trading post actually gave our department a lot of opportunity to question our commercial development standards in such rural outlying areas. So really, the redevelopment of the Marble Canyon Trading Post helped us learn how to better build in flexibility on landscaping standards to allow cacti, and how to work with flexibility for unpaved parking lots, gravel parking lots for commercial developments when we updated our zoning ordinance over the past couple of years. We will point out that the current development on the site does include the Marble Canyon Trading Post and Motel. It has several different lodging units. It has a post office, a convenience store with fuel islands. It does house an airplane landing strip for small planes. There's some residential homes on the property, and there's a good number of historic buildings, some old stone buildings that we're all familiar with if you've driven past this site. So these are some photographs of the existing site. On the left, you see the rebuilt trading post and a restaurant. You see some of their nice landscaping there, including cacti and a split rail fence in front of that, in front of the trading post. On the right-hand side of the screen, you see one of the old historic stone buildings on the south side of 89. So this is a list of the proposed uses that were in the applicant's proposal. Any of these uses that are not on the site master plan, and you all have seen the site master plan, if they were to be added to the site plan, that would require an amendment coming back to the board to make any significant change to the site plan to add any of these proposed uses. So this is the cover page from the drawing set that was delivered to the supervisors, and it shows the scope of the entire site, all 162.7 acres, and you see the length of the airstrip there going to the southwest in relation to the rest of the property, and you see where 89 runs right through the middle of the property and kind of where the bulk of the development, some of the historic development currently is, and where more of it will take place. So this is where the applicant's drawing set splits up different parts of their development. So this image is showing the far north portion of the development. The existing homes to remain are the octagonal shaped footprints that you see here on the site plan that are kind of a rusty color. And all of the other more yellowish colored building footprints that you see on the site plan are all proposed new development. This is a little farther south than what we were just looking at, kind of in the middle of the development, and you see Highway 89 running right through the middle of this image. Again, on both the north and the south, you see the rust-colored building footprints that are showing all of the existing buildings that are on the site, and the yellow building footprints are showing the proposed improvements and new development. And this is then moving to the far south side of the proposed development, which is all primarily new development, including some really small detached cabin type lodges on the far south end of this development that I'm pointing to here. And these are really placed to on the south side of the property to capture good views to the south of the property. So these are some images and elevations submitted by the applicant where they're clearly showing how some of the historic buildings are retained, how they're integrated with new ones, and how the entire development really is intended to blend with the natural landscape. Again, showing there's the historic trading post and making redevelopment use of all of the existing buildings on the property and how they blend in with the natural landscape with the cliffs in the background. This would be showing use of some of the stone buildings on the site and demonstrating how the applicants intend to use some passive outdoor space, some courtyard type space on their property. So this is an image of some of the proposed new lodging units. So you can see how the colors and materials blend in with the old and blend in with the landscape. Lighting and landscaping are important to this development. There was a conceptual landscape plan that was provided by the applicant. Final landscaping will need to meet the zoning ordinance requirements. The applicant does propose that all of the landscaping be drought resistant, so not high water using, that it not be invasive species, and that it blend well with the with all of the native species. A conceptual lighting plan was provided by the applicant. The applicant is willing to restrict to lighting zone 1. That is the county's most restrictive lighting zone. A final lighting plan will meet the minimum necessary for the county's zoning ordinance and dark sky requirements. Dark skies and stargazing are a big emphasis of this development. As a illustration that dark skies and sky gazing are important to this development, this is an image provided by the applicant of one of their stargazer units. They come with a telescope as proposed by the applicant. So certainly the applicant has a big interest in preserving dark skies really as an amenity for this development. When we look at the engineering and utilities for this development, water will come from an existing well on the Glen Canyon National Recreational Area property under a permit. And we'll discuss a little more about ensuring that permit stays active and functional and in cooperation with the National Recreation Area. Stormwater from the site will be used in a very sustainable way to help with the landscaping on the site in what we call drainage swales. There will be a central wastewater system that has to be permitted on the site. It's proposed to use a lot of conservation features, conserving water, using low volume components. The applicant intends to use reclaimed water and treated gray water for various uses on the site, including fire safety and landscaping. When we look at fire safety on the site, the proposal is to have fire safety services provided by the Page Fire Department. Additional fire suppression systems are proposed because of the long response times for the Page Fire Department to get to this location. Fire suppression systems and hydrants would be provided using a combination of that reclaimed and treated gray water that we discussed on the previous slide. So a citizen participation plan was done by the applicant. They held a virtual meeting back in October. It was attended by 16 people. Those people did generally support the project. They asked some questions about traffic, about proposed uses, the schedule for development, and they did ask about helicopter tours, which came up again at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. And the applicant did contact representatives from the Navajo Nation, the Bureau of Land Management, the Glen Canyon National Recreation Area, and the Grand Canyon National Park. So more recently, actually, as of March 1st, a National Park Service letter from both Glen Canyon National Recreation Area and the Grand Canyon National Park came to the county. A copy of that was provided in your packets. A copy of that has also been sent to the applicant. In that, the National Park Service asks for collaboration with the applicant on encroachment and water permitting. So there appear to be encroachment issues from some of the historic development on this site that goes on to National Park Service land. And water is under a permit to this site from Park Service land. The National Park Service asks for collaboration and cooperation with the applicant on resource protection, and that includes protection of the resources that are archaeological, geological, and plant life and wildlife. Park Service really wants to ensure dark sky and quiet protections. They want to ensure visual landscape protection. They want to ensure that park trails and infrastructure are protected. And they'd like to ensure that, that this site has some emergency self-sufficiency. So the applicant's proposal and the draft ordinance that is in your packet does address these issues quite well. Staff does recommend adding a condition to the draft ordinance to address this letter and to ensure cooperation between the applicant and the Park Service. When we look at the findings for a zone change under the zoning ordinance, as enabled by state statute, they are that the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance, that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare, and that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. The Planning and Zoning Commission were able to make these findings and recommend approval with the conditions that you found, the 15 conditions in the draft ordinance that was forwarded in your packet. Those 15 conditions are in draft ordinance 2021, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended conditions. Those conditions really do address concerns with OHV rental and helicopter tour prohibitions. They do require a leave no trace orientation. So the Planning and Zoning Commission did have concerns at their hearing and wanted to ensure that those types of concerns were addressed in the conditions. In response to the Park Service March 1st letter, staff does recommend adding another additional condition, condition number 16, that would read, and I'll just read this for you, Chair Ryan. The applicant shall coordinate and collaborate with the National Park Service, NPS, to ensure compatibility with and protection of National Park Service resources. Prior to operating, the applicant shall report to the Community Development Director on their cooperation plan with NPS on each of the issues discussed in the attached letter, the attached NPS letter dated March 1st, 2021. So that's a recommendation from staff on how to ensure that that this letter from Park Service with a few concerns are fully addressed. And with that, Chair Ryan, that is our presentation and our recommendations. I believe a representative from the applicant should be with us here this evening. And Eric, I can just leave my my screen shared. If in the discussion anyone wants to go back and look at any of the maps or diagrams, I can scroll back through it and go to it.
All right. Thank you, Jay. And so, yes, this is, I guess, a little change in history that's being proposed associated with this particular site on it. And then, you know, I would pause for a second. We're going to provide a chance for board to ask questions of staff. And we duly note we did receive the letter from the superintendent Schott from Glen Canyon National Recreation Area, as well as Superintendent Edward Keeble from the Grand Canyon National Park, understanding you know, the treasures that are around them and the sensitivities associated with it, and seeking a cooperative approach with being good stewards adjacent to that. So this condition, Jay, I just want to see, did you, I would assume that you already floated it by both of the superintendents, but could you comment on that, please?
So, Chair Ryan, this is Jess McNeely again.
Or Jess, yeah, I'm sorry.
You know, we just received that letter last week. We've let the applicant do outreach and work with both the Glen Canyon Recreation Area and Grand Canyon National Park. So the applicant has reached back out to both of those entities. They were in contact with the Park Service prior to receipt of that letter, but staff has not had contact with Park Service since receipt of that letter. As we note in our staff report, the concerns that the Park Service brings up in that letter are well covered in the applicant's proposal and all of the conditions that have already been proposed. There's a couple little details that the Park Service gets into, such as the detail of wildlife-proof trash enclosures and having emergency service trained staff on the site. Those are kind of certainly in the spirit of with all of the conditions that were already in place. So we felt the best way to address that letter and ensure cooperation was with the additional condition that we've recommended. So staff has not had any direct contact with the two signers of that letter.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Okay, I'm going to turn to our board members' questions of staff associated with the application at this point. Supervisor Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have questions at this point. I'm just ready to hear from the actual presenters that are going to be talking about this. Thank you.
Me too.
Oh, okay. Same with Supervisor Horstman. I'm not seeing Supervisor Vasquez or Begay bubbling up, so we'll proceed past the staff presentation. We'll go to the applicant, and after we go through the applicant, we'll move into the public hearing associated with this. So is it Mr. Bissell or someone from the Foster family owners or their representative? Who do we have out there? And we need help from you so that Eric can bring you forward and make sure you're part of the group so you can respond. Eric?
Ryan, Mr. Bissell has joined us. If he is representing the applicants, if there's anyone else with the applicants, just feel free to raise your hand. But Mr. Bissell is here and can speak to the board.
Okay, well, while we have Mr. Bissell, actually, Mr. Bissell, is it you only speaking, or did you wish to bring forward other members to be part of your presentation?
Thank you, Chairman Ryan. Yes, it's myself and Mr. Alan Flatt, and perhaps Rajan Hanji will be speaking tonight, just briefly.
Okay, so let's, before we get into the your presentation, let's make sure Mr. Platt or Mr. Hanji could be added?
They both have been added, sir, so we have. all
Okay.
three.
Okay. So, Mr. Bissell, for the sake of public record, could you please state your name and address for the sake of the record?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Ryan. My name is John Bissell, and I am the project manager for the Marble Canyon Village project. My address, my physical address is 631 West Catella, Anaheim, California.
All right, thank you. And so, Mr. Bissell, I'll provide you the floor to go ahead and give your presentation. How much time are you looking at associated with this?
I think it'll be less than 15 minutes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bissell.
Thank you. Chairman Ryan, thank you. Vice Chair Fowler, honorable supervisors. Again, I want to thank you for this opportunity to share our vision in the redevelopment of the Marble Canyon Village project and a brief overview of our company and development aspirations. I first want to also thank Jess McNeely and Bob Short for their access and extremely clear direction and assistance in processing this zoning change. And I also want to thank Amanda Atkinson and Nina Schmidt in their offer and assistance to guide all of our sustainability programs. I'll now hand this off to Alan Flatt, who is president of TerraV, and he'll provide a brief description of the operation overview. Alan?
Hi, good evening. I'm going to share my screen, if that's okay.
Okay, looks like we are getting it up there. All right.
Great. Yeah, thank you. This is Alan Flatt. I'm president of TerraV, and I appreciate the opportunity to present tonight. This is an exciting project for us as a partnership with the Foster family. We're looking forward to restoring the Marble Canyon Lodge and bringing the TerraV Nature Lodge. I'll bring it forward. Just a little bit of history that was already discussed a bit, but just to reiterate, this is really an amazing location. This is a historic site. Originally started with Lee's Ferry and an original trading post that goes back to at least the beginning of the last century, providing a lot of opportunities for the native communities to trade, and that's really what started the site. When the Navajo Bridge was built, that was an opportunity to add the original old lodge building, which is south of the highway, which is still there. And this was also, again, tons of history with the honeymoon trail from the Mormon people that were going from Utah to Arizona and going back on Lee's Ferry, and then later through the bridge. The Foster family got involved in 1949 when the existing owners, Don and Dave Foster, when their grandfather got involved with the property. And then Jane Foster, and then he actually was the one who started the development of Marble Canyon Lodge, which was really a motor lodge. And that's the buildings that are north of the property here in the picture at the top. And that was the kind of the next phase of the development, and created an opportunity for people, for the fishermen, for the, as the dam got built, as so forth, for people to use that facility. Jane Foster took over the property in 1959 when she inherited it. An existing Foster family, who again we're partnering with, they grew up coming here when they were children, and then when they were as adults, they moved here and took over operations. So the history goes way back, and it's really a special site. And obviously, just the geography near the National Monument, the National Park, the National Recreation Area, and all the other activities. So we're excited to move this forward, to take it to the kind of the next, really the next generation. So again, we're going to partner, and again, so many traditions that we're excited about keeping with the Foster family. Just a little bit about the Hansji Corporation for background. This is a family-run business that was started in 1974 with a 26-room motel in Anaheim, California, very entrepreneurial, and continues today with having built many hotels in Anaheim, branching out to San Diego, Phoenix with some high-rise development, mostly hospitality, some other property types. Really, one of the key things to point out is that this organization, really, we've been long-term owners and managers of the real estate that we've developed. And that really means that's important because we really developed to a standard for something that we plan on holding, keeping, managing, and really respecting over a long period of time. And now, over the last couple of years, last 3-4 years, the focus has shifted away from urban development to more purposeful, sustainable, nature-inspired locations, which we're calling Terra V Nature Lodge. And right now, this is one of 3 that we're working on. And all are in beautiful, iconic locations, which really requires a lot of care. And the whole business is now oriented towards this type of careful, sustainable development. Just the community is really important to us. Again, it's part of one of the pillars of the organization going forward. So most of the employees are currently members of the Navajo Nation and other tribes, and we're really excited about this, the culture, the history, the opportunities for employment, for education growth, and we really want to continue that tradition, and we want to, in fact, grow it as the business grows. We're also near Badger Creek, which is a small community of single-family homes and a lodge, and we've reached out to them and hopefully enjoy a strong relationship. And we've reached out to all the local groups, the stakeholders, the Grand Canyon National Park, Glen Canyon National Recreation Area, Vermilion Cliffs, the conservancies that work with Grand Canyon and Glen Canyon, the Peregrine Fund. We're very excited that this is really just an amazing spot again with the condors that nest on the bridge, and the Peregrine Fund. We've already met them. We've had them at the site. We think there's an opportunity for education related to the condors, and hopefully we can raise funds for them as well by having them involved. We're also engaged with the fishing guides, the kayaking guides, the river rafting companies that work in this area. Our goal is to partner with them and have our guests have amazing experiences with locals who know this area and who've been there for years, and who provide opportunities for guests. And that's really part of the excitement that we see for this particular location. Another pillar of Terra V is sustainability. We really believe in this. So we're creating a facility that will have reduced energy needs and low carbon. First thing we'll do is reuse the existing buildings, which is the most sustainable thing we can do, including the historic old lodge and some of the old buildings around it. And we'll create passive design features and anything new with the ability to maintain cooler buildings in the summer and warmer buildings in the winter. We'll have solar panels to produce energy. We'll reduce water usage through both education and actual physical means when we're developing the property. It's already been discussed, the wastewater treatment will have a tertiary treatment facility that will go beyond the septic system that's there currently. We'll use rainwater for landscaping, that was already mentioned, plant native plants, and limit the asphalt and concrete. And again, there was quite a bit of commentary on the dark sky community, and we're very passionate about that. We've been there when it's a new moon and you can see the Milky Way, and we're just enamored with with the potential, and we want to continue that and really enhance it and improve it from where it is today. We also support the Leave No Trace principles. One of our senior managers is already starting the training to be a trainer for the site, so that employees get trained, so that when guests come, they'll get an orientation on it. We really believe in the keeping people on trails, leaving no trash, picking up trash if they see it, not stomping on plants, protecting the wildlife. And really, we want people, when they come to see this, we want them to leave it the way it was when they arrived, so that the next person can see it the way it was from the beginning, basically. So really, this is the new opportunity for both us as partnership with the Foster family and really Marble Canyon. It's again an old facility with a lot of history, and to be able to renovate the old lodge and the trading post, the Marble Canyon Lodge and the trading post and the restaurant and the convenience store and gas station, some of the existing buildings, the post office that's been there. It has an ancient zip code, or one of the original zip codes in the area. Restore all those buildings, restore the historic buildings on the south side and incorporate them into a new Terra V development, which would include the lodging facilities, dining, kitchen, meeting spaces, and other facilities that we need to support the lodging. Also, this was mentioned a little bit too, but because with Hansji, the history, this was top tier management, really quality operations. And it was also mentioned we intend to train staff on emergency services, and we've already have an agreement in place with Page for support from them for their emergency services. We plan to add additional employee housing. There's some on site now, but it's pretty limited. We're looking forward to adding some, providing for the community, and then eventually adding clustered dwelling units to, again, service the area. This has already been discussed, so I'm not going to go over it again, but we're looking forward to redoing Marble Canyon Lodge area, which you can see from my pointer, with the convenience store and the trading post. And then where the old buildings are, redoing those and adding facilities to support them, and then adding the lodging units. And we're calling these units the Stargazers, as they have the amazing views towards the river. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to John. Thank you for the opportunity to go through this with you, and we look forward to discussing.
Thank you, Alan. Supervisors, I just would also add that we've had some, not only the meaningful discussions with Jess and Bob Short, but we have reached out and had, I've had a discussion with the sustainability group, and I'm just really looking forward. Our sustainability aspirations and goals are very consistent with those of Coconino County. And so we're just very excited about that. With respect to with the National Park Service, we have had a dialogue with both of the groups, and I was actually able to speak with Janet Balson, and while there are a lot of stakeholders in each of those groups, I did assure her that that we will be completely transparent and look forward to the cooperation and collaboration of this project. So with that, I will wrap up our presentation.
Okay, let me slip over here. And Mr. Fett, I'm going to ask a question. I'll turn to the board and see what questions they have. But one of our questions, you're in the middle of two of our national treasures here. And the question associated with the superintendent's letter, could you speak to concerns raised by the superintendents and your discussions associated with that, please?
Yeah, John, you want to start out, or you want me to take it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Should be Mr. Bissell instead of Mr. Platt, right?
Yeah, John.
Oh, no, that's fine, Alan. You can, if you want to address that, it's fine.
Yeah, so, well, sure. We've been discussing, we immediately, that was important for us to discuss with them and get their views. I think actually it's going to be complementary. We're aligned with them, and we want to protect this place, and we've been, that's really the focus. So we have no problem educating guests. We think actually, again, we can improve the guest experience as we educate people about what's there and how to be respectful of the land. And I think that's really the spirit of what the National Park Services, these entities are looking for, is they don't want someone to come in and disrespect or create a contentious situation, or we're taking over, encroaching on their space. I mean, I think there's a spirit here that we're more than willing to, cooperate. And in fact, we support all of their goals. We support that with their mission. We support why this land is protected, and we intend to fully participate in that.
And you see the modification of the condition or a proposed condition that staff presented. Do you have any questions or comments on that?
Not at this point, no. I think that we certainly, again, that's certainly our intention is to have that agreement, cooperation with them. We think it's important.
Okay. All right. Let me turn to the board members. I'll go to Supervisor and Vice Chair Fowler, if you'd like. I'll go first.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to say that I want to thank the applicants and the presenters that are here. They've been very open and they've been working with our staff and the community. We also did a tour. We had a meeting out there and we were able to walk the property and have them show us exactly what the thought was. And it's very well thought out. And just the layout and the sustainability, the using existing structures that are there, and then improving those that need to be improved. I thought that was really nice. It's two families coming together, the Fosters and the developers family, they're family owned. And I thought that was really good. And they are so focused on sustainability. As you all know, a Board of Supervisors, we do the, on an annual basis, hopefully we'll be able to do it this year. We hold the Navajo Bridge Dark Sky Party there on Navajo Bridge with the Loeb Observatory and other stargazers and amateur astronomers, and we line up the telescopes though, so that we were on the bridge. We're very happy to find out that this is a really well thought out development that's going to be that they are planning. In working with the local family that is very strong and that's been part of the community for many years and is the center of the community for all these river companies, for the various outdoor activities and the wildlife. The condors convene there on the Navajo Bridge, and this is going to really add to the economy. I think it's going to have a very positive impact. So I just thought that the way that they have approached this development was really very well done. Reaching out to the Vermilion Cliffs, and the wave is just right down the road from there, and those are all wilderness areas, and so we want to make sure that the development is very sensitive to the area, because it's a very sensitive and rural community, and we want to make sure that is built into the plan. I want to thank Jess and Jay and the staff, Amanda as well, in working with this applicant. So I just want to add that, and then I'd be happy to I'm happy to approve and support this proposal. And when you are ready, Mr. Chair, I can.
We need to go through the hearing first here on this. Yeah. Okay.
When you're ready, I'm
ready.
Okay. So I don't have a question. I know that the letter from the Park Service came in. I believe there's public comments as well. And when I look at the list of people that came to the public comment section when they had the Zoom meeting, I thought it was pretty, it represented the community that is in that area. So I just want to add that as well. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Other board members, question of the applicants.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please.
I don't have any questions. I think they've done an excellent job. And once again, our staff has done an excellent job of presenting the information to us. And but I do have some comments, and I don't know if you'd like me to make those now or if you want to wait till after the public hearing.
I think if it's associated with, if it's not asking the applicant about the project itself, let's wait until we go through the public hearing.
Thank you. I have no questions at this time other than to thank the applicants and also community development for their very thorough job of bringing Board of Supervisors up to speed on this.
Okay, great. Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Vasquez.
Just kind of the same. I don't have any comments at this time or any questions at this time. Nice presentation. On paper, it sounds like it's sustainable and it's a good project. So I look forward to hearing the public comment. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm not seeing Supervisor Begay, so we'll go ahead. And what I'll do is, and we'll have an opportunity if we want to ask more questions of the applicant after the public hearing. But again, for the sake, sometimes people join us late. Eric, please describe the process for people to have a chance to comment on this during the public hearing. What they need to do. I can explain what they need to do as far as how many minutes they get and all that. Go ahead, Eric.
Yep. Thank you, Chairman and members. Members of the public, if you wish to speak on this item, please use the raise your hand function on the bottom of your Zoom screen. You do not need to worry about your camera and such for this public hearing. We'll just use audio. The raising of your hand will identify that you wish to speak. We'll inform the chair of that. And then when he calls on you, we will activate your microphone. You'll need to unmute. So that is how. I do see a hand going up, Mr. Chair, so I'll let you explain the parameters of the hearing.
Okay. And you're going to provide the voice component. For the sake of people that wish to speak, we'll be providing you 3 minutes to comment on the project. We ask that you focus on the merits of the case, speak to me, not towards anybody else, and mutual courtesy. There are people that get nervous when they speak, and sometimes we have opposing views that are out there. We'd like to provide everybody, no matter what their view, in a courteous manner, to provide comment associated with this. When you do come on, please state your name and your address for the public record. So Eric, do you know who you're letting on, or?
Yes, yep. Mr. Chair, we do have a Patrick. If you're ready, Mr. Chair, I can bring him in to speak.
Okay, Patrick.
All right, so Patrick, just go ahead and unmute and then you'll be able to address the board.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And if you could, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Patrick Conley, and my current address is 1710 North Kittredge Road in Flagstaff, 86001. I sent my remarks to the supervisors prior to the meeting, so maybe you've had a chance to see those. And I timed them out to hopefully be just under 3 minutes. When my wife Susan and I were married in October of 1971, we moved to our hogan at Marble Canyon Lodge, which was built for us by a Navajo stonemason. I use quotation marks when I'm writing about that because we didn't actually own the hogan. It was on Jane Foster's land at Marble Canyon. When she first visited us there, I remember seeing her walk out towards the canyon and then came back, and we were kind of nervous because they'd been living in Florida. She came up and broke the ice by asking, "Where's your sheep?" We were river guides on the Colorado River, so we didn't have what it took to tend to a flock. But during that visit with Jane, she said to us, "The land belongs to those who love it." And we did indeed love that land, and we still do, and that's why I'm addressing you today. The requested zoning change will facilitate the sale of Marble Canyon Lodge by the Foster brothers to the Hans G. Corp. And I think this is the best option for the Foster family and for the area residents and for the environs. This partnership between Don and Dave Foster and the Hans G. Corporation people, with their background in hospitality and their financial abilities, it's an incredible opportunity. I believe it's the best. I think it's completely different than what any other national park concessionaire would want to build. This isn't going to look like Wall-Wheat Marina or the south rim of the Grand Canyon. There's nothing that's 2 stories tall. These stargazer units, those stargazer units spread to the south from our Hogan. I guess we had the original stargazer unit. The Hans G. Corp., go back to my remarks, they want to recreate Marble Canyon Lodge as a destination while still serving those who pass through to go down the Colorado through Grand Canyon or to go fishing or boating upstream in Glen Canyon. These plans call for the individual cabins and a lot of other extended facilities. I just came back from camping up there at the Hogan 2 nights ago. And the idea, I love that place. I've been involved with it since I started running the river in '69. We live there. We know this family. We know Jane and her sons and their dedication to the place. And meeting up with this kind of a corporation that could come in and take on these guys as partners, but come in with the ability to make it a destination, make it a place where families would go take their kids with a climbing wall and a zip line and a place to cool off, to have a swimming pool, to have a hot tub. I never dreamed of a hot tub 50 years ago in Marble Canyon, but if I were going to take my kids there and I wanted to take them hiking up in the Vermilions or down Cathedral Wash, I would love to have the kind of place that these guys are going to create over time at Marble Canyon. And I applaud their vision, and I'm impressed by the work that's been done by county staff on this. A great presentation, my first Zoom Board of Soups meeting. I'm impressed. Everybody's doing a fine job. And I, as an old-time resident, a person who loves and respects that area, I would encourage you to go ahead and improve the zoning change. Thank you.
I'm trying to get off mute. Thank you, Mr. Conley, for your comments. Eric, do you have somebody else out there that wishes to comment?
Mr. Chair, I do not have a hand up at this time.
Okay. All right. And so with that, I'll pause just a moment later, but I think we've given plenty of time here. So with nobody else raising their hand, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing portion of the agenda. This is a chance to bring it back for the sake of the board to ask questions of staff or the applicant. Since comments, I mean, usually we provide the opportunity for staff to respond and the applicant to respond. I don't think it's going to change much of the questions there. I do have 1 or 2 questions that I want to hop into. I think Supervisor Horstman, I know you wanted to comment. Do you want to wait until I ask these questions?
Absolutely, and also
Okay.
Supervisor Fowler may want to comment before I do whatever, so.
Since it's her district, I'll be nice to her as well. Why not?
Exactly.
But if I, let me ask a couple questions real quickly on this. Are you okay with that? Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to turn to staff. Jess, if you could bubble up just for a second on this.
Absolutely, Chair Ryan.
And so, I was listening to your presentation, which made me pause and second guess. As the item number 1, for all the listed uses associated with that, did I hear you say that as they move forward with each of these uses, you're bringing them back? Or could you clarify what you said? I may have heard that incorrectly on that.
Sure, Chair Ryan. So again, Jess McNeely with Community Development staff. The applicant's proposal did include a couple of uses that don't show up on their master plan. So if they want to modify their master plan, the master plan site plan at any point in the future, that would require an amendment to this zone change and coming back through the public hearing process.
Which is pretty standard for planned community. We know when you're presenting a planned community that there would be adopted uses, but they come back for that. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I saw the uses and I thought, well, hold on a minute. The way I read it, it was they were there. These were the additional ones beyond that. Okay. And then another point, it probably would be associated with the motion, but I just want to go for clarity on it. I see your recommended condition. Are you proposing that as an additional or as a modification to number 6?
So Chair Ryan, again, Jess McNeely with Community Development staff. We recommend, for simplicity's sake, just an addition. So a standalone addition to the existing 15.
Good. I was going to like, oh my gosh, wordsmithing would have been fun or challenging for that. Okay. There you go. They were a couple of the pieces that I had specific questions on. I'll bring it back to the board. This is the discussion points that we have, and I think Supervisor Horstman, you were going to wait until Supervisor or Vice Chair Fowler had a chance to comment.
That is, yes.
Okay. Vice Chair Fowler?
No, that's okay. Supervisor Horstman, you can go. And then I will make my comments after. Thank you.
All right, very good. So, well, thanks. And I appreciate the information and the very thorough report. The photos, or I should say the proposed plans, very thorough. Marble Canyon is certainly historic. One of my favorite places, quite frankly, in Coconino County. I've had some great times at Marble Canyon Lodge, and I certainly hope that will continue. I appreciate the developers maintaining the historic nature and feel of the area because this is a very important place. I'm also very, I appreciate the fact that they're concerned for the Marble Canyon community, those that work there, those that live there. I appreciate their outreach to the local groups, especially a lot of the conservation and sustainability groups. I appreciate their addressing conservation, their need to, that they saw fit to reduce energy needs, their sustainability, also as noted by Supervisor Fowler. And I also want to thank Superintendent William Schott from Glen Canyon and Superintendent Ed Keeble from Grand Canyon National, or from Glen Canyon, and Ed Keeble from Grand Canyon National Park for taking the time and to address the matter and to offer their input here to us here at Coconino County. I think it's important to address these concerns, and I appreciate the changes that are being suggested to the ordinance to require as a condition that the developer coordinate and collaborate with NPS to ensure compatibility and protection of the NPS resources. Obviously, this is extremely important to us here in Coconino County. And thanks, Patrick Connolly, for your comments. I appreciated hearing from you. With the addition of the ordinance, I would support the findings of community development and the recommendations of the planning and zoning that in fact the 3 requirements for a change in zoning have been met. So those are my comments, and when we get to the vote, I will be ready to vote. So thank you very much.
All right. And I would imagine Vice Chair is waiting for all of us to comment before she comments. Is that what you're doing, or do you want to? Yes, she is. So I'll turn to other board members. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, it sounds like the project is well underway, has had lots of community input, and I didn't hear any concerns about the project itself, and so I'm really excited to see how this develops and turns out. Sounds like it'll be a great development for that area. Thank you.
All right, and Supervisor Begay.
Chairman Ryan, Supervisor Begay did send me a text saying her call might drop, but she asked that I report to you that she will be voting aye and she is supportive if her call does drop. So.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll hop in with my comments before Vice Chair's comments associated with this. Duly noted, really appreciate the conditions 11 and 12, not providing helicopter tours or the OHV rentals. This area is so sensitive. And if anything, my gosh, we see other areas throughout the state and within our county where the impact is certainly, it is there, and it changes the experience that you would have. I too look at this, and this is a night of stewardship, I would say. Our application that we had before when we were looking at the rezone, but setting aside a conservation easement to what you are looking forward to do. Big change in history in terms of modification of the site, but I'm seeing an intent of being good stewards associated with it. Questions that I had, I've had answered either by reporting the staff, reading the staff report, or asking further questions offline on this. I really, again, definitely encourage you to work together with the National Recreation Area and the National Park Service as good neighbors. With the note of the recommended condition, I would agree to add that as recommended, and I will support the application. I can make the findings of fact. They are outlined in the staff report. I could go beyond that with our comprehensive plan, but I see a lot of consistency. The sustainable components are an area that we're pushing really hard as we all take a look at climate change, limited resources, or potential for impacting those resources. I can see your intent to abide by those, and thank you for bringing forward the application that I'm seeing here. I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Fowler on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the applicant and the partners again. I want to thank them for being so conscientious about their proposal and the way that they developed their master plan. This is the kind of proposals that that really align with our values in Coconino County. We don't have to make changes or anything, and it is really consistent with our comprehensive plan. I want to thank Glen Canyon Superintendent and Grand Canyon. I'm really happy that they were able to give me a call, and I was able to talk to them about this. And that's the closeness of the community that we have in this region. I want to thank Patrick for his stories. I always loved his story about the Hogan, Mr. Conley. And thank you again for coming and making a comment and really caring for the land. It is a very sensitive land and very holy, and really the community there just absolutely, it's very rural, and people really love the area. And I just want to say, Mr. Chair, that I do find that the findings of fact that is required to approve this zone change, if I may, that the change is consistent in goals, objective, and policies of the comprehensive plan and ordinance. It also is, the change is in the interest and further the public health, safety, comfort, and convenience and welfare. And then we also, I find also that it does not have adverse effect uh, um, on the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, and it's not going to be detrimental to adjacent properties. They are working with all of the adjacent properties, the National Park Service Recreation Area, Vermilion Cliffs Communities, and the Bureau of Reclamation as well. And we have several conditions, and as I understand it, the applicant is aware of each of the conditions. There are 16 of them. One was added this evening by staff, and I move that we approve this zone change.
So, Madam Vice Chair, before we get a second on that, I think you need to clarify the additional condition that is being added, not that staff did it, that we're adding it on.
I was going to say as read by the staff. Can I say?
Okay.
Or
Let's have them read it again, just so we get it in the record on that.
that again, Jess, if you would.
Absolutely. So thank you, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Fowler. The proposed additional condition number 16 reads, the applicant shall coordinate and collaborate with the National Park Service, NPS, to ensure compatibility with and protection of NPS resources. Prior to operating, the applicant shall report to the Community Development Director on their cooperation plan with NPS on each of the issues discussed in the attached NPS letter dated March 1st, 2021.
Thank you. And with that, with those conditions, 16 conditions, I move, Mr. Chair, to approve ordinance 2021-1, approving the zone change from PC Plan Community Zone, the AR3 agriculture residential 3-acre minimum parcels size zone, the G general 10-acre minimum parcel size zone, and the SOS open space zone to RC resident or RC resort commercial zone with approval of the master plan for parcel numbers 601-13-00B dash
003B. Go ahead, keep going.
003K, 003L, 003R, 003S, 003T, 003V, and 004, a 116.7 acre property in the Marble Canyon.
All right, I have a motion there. I need a second.
Second that.
Oh, gosh. Oh, you
Oh,
beat that. Because you're off mute, you beat Supervisor Vasquez. So there you go. Supervisor Horstman has a second to that. So
He offered a third though for that.
we had a third on that one.
oh, he's playing Supervisor Fowler now, huh? All right. Any additional comments on this? No further comments. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed?
Aye.
Oh. All right. Okay, and Supervisor Begay, that's an aye in favor, I assume, for clarification. You pass, Supervisor Begay, could you just clarify for us, that's an aye in favor? You're on mute.
Aye.
All right, fantastic. It came in when we were doing an A, so I wanted to clarify for the record on that. Fantastic. So that's an aye in favor. So that's a unanimous decision. And Supervisor Fowler, did you want to offer comments to the applicant here?
Yes, thank you so much for working with us. Thank you to our staff and congratulations. I look forward to continue working with you, and I really look forward to this development. Thank you so much.
All right. Any others? I'll just say, isn't it interesting? Now, I didn't hear any parts of the application where we had a river runner type of comment, but we had a river runner there that was there to testify on public record. Thank you, Patrick, for your comments. Part of our culture that we have in Coconino County. So that was item number 16. And oh my gosh, what did I do with my agenda? Next, that was item number 15. That's correct. And I'm moving on to item number 16. As I sit here and I start moving things and printing off the other pieces, I start burying all my stuff. But I do believe we're moving on to item number 16.
Yes.
There we go. Item 16. And item 6.
I do need to say one thing, Supervisor Fowler, when you have your dark sky party again on the Navajo Bridge, you need to let us all know, because I definitely want to be out there for that. So please let us know.
Yes, come on out.
Does she have dark sky parties up there?
That's what I hear.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard about them once or twice too. I hear they're wonderful, which is really neat on that. Let me just check in. We are going to need to, our next item is a potential to go into executive session, but I'll turn to our county attorney. So I get to call on you twice tonight here, Rose. Is it your recommendation that we go into executive session?
Yes, that is my recommendation, Chair Ryan.
Okay, and just a note for the public before I take that, we will come out of the executive session before we adjourn the meeting tonight. And we do have, we will check in and see if we have any notes of item 12 at that point on that. And for the board, I think we're going to take a motion to go into executive session. We'll take 5 minutes to get in there so everybody can have an opportunity for a bio break or refreshments or whatever before we step into that. So I need a motion to do so.
So moved.
Second.
That's a motion by Vice Chair Fowler, a second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Right. All in favor. So that motion carries unanimously. Make sure, board members, to actually exit this meeting, which we'll come back to after executive session, but exit this and then join us on the other Teams meeting that we have set up for executive session. Thank you. Ta-da. Oh, look, there's the real Lindsay Daly. She's usually a name on the screen there. Oh, she's gone. The clerk of the board. We saw you, Lindsay. We know you were out there.
I'm
Let's
here.
see. Yes, you are. Okay, I see Patrice, and we're gradually getting board members on here. Let me make sure I have my list.
Matt, are you okay if we just hold off on the round table till a future time? And
Well, I was pretty much going to recommend that, Patrice, but sometimes there's like imminent pieces that somebody, I really had to bring this up type idea. So I just wanted to do a real quick check-in on that. By the way, we're rolling through pretty good according to schedule here. We will probably have a long night tomorrow night, though.
yeah, that's it's been a long day, and tomorrow's going to be another long day. So
Yeah. These night meetings kill me. I wake up at 4 o'clock. I can't stop that these days. So it's like, oh gosh, can I last? Okay, I'm looking at my notes, and I don't have anything that's critical on the updates. Let's see. Looks like we have Lena out there, and we have Geronimo out there. Okay. So this is the chance for roundtable. I think we can probably get to a pretty quick close of the meeting, but it's just checking in. Is there anything that fellow board members need to bring to the attention to the board on the roundtable at this point?
I have some matters, but I would love to just do that at a future roundtable.
Yeah, and I think mine, to me, I've pretty much, if I've had the chance, I've given you updates on what's going on as I checked in with you. And then Eric said he's good on legislation. He doesn't have anything. Lena, you're bubbling up. Do you have anything that you want to bring
I'm
up?
good.
Okay.
No, I do not. I'm good. I can wait. Thank you.
Geronimo?
No, I'm okay. Thank you. I've been absorbing all this, and I feel like I've been drinking from a fire hose all week. So I'm pretty fried by this time. So.
Hey, this is a short meeting. Yeah, come on, belly up here. Yeah, no, this is good. I fully understand, and don't hesitate, as always, to reach out either to the staff or to us, on pieces. Judy, just checking in with you before. Do you have anything that you're very important that you need to bring up? I'm not seeing you come up on that. So with that, there you are.
Yeah, I really don't have, but we just, only thing is that we've been really getting on the chapter planning meetings for the chapters, and then also almost done with meeting with all the departments within Coconino County and doing some other legwork and with a lot of communication going on. But, I can, and that's basically what's going on right now.
Right. Well, that's good. That's great to hear. Yeah, always gathering more information. Same to everybody. Any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to us or staff, and it sounds like you are, which is good. I am going to, just one note, Lindsay's going to have a meeting with the assistants tomorrow. I'll join in for that periodically. Chair or vice chair do that with Lindsay as they have their meetings. If your assistants need assistance, again, everything's new to everybody. Don't hesitate.
Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Vice Chair.
correction directors. District.
Oh my gosh! I've been corrected again here.
All right, good job, Lena.
Don't you hate when people change names? You have to remember the new ones. Anyway, I love it. So I'm dragging this out, so I better adjourn this meeting.
No,
here.
I think that's a really good idea.
All right. I love y'all. Fantastic. Great meeting. Really appreciate, everybody. Lena, Lindsay in the background, thank you for all your work. And, we know we have Val back there, Rose, etc. Jimmy. Thank you, everybody.
Good
Appreciate
night.
it.
Good night, all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good night. Thank you all.
All right.
Would you like a vodka tonic?